Trump should do. I'm saying that for Republicans to be this out and think the whole.
Good morning. Again, it is 5 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We currently have a clear sky, 58 degrees, but we may be in for some storms over the weekend. We'll have that forecast, also a traffic report in just a few minutes. Former President Trump found guilty Thursday on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in his criminal hush money trial. The former president speaking to reporters after the verdict.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
Trump left a fundraiser in New York just hours after the verdict, his lead attorney vowing to vigorously appeal the conviction. Here's ABC's Andrew Dimbert with more.
Bragg upgraded the charges in this case to felonies, saying he believed Trump also broke election laws by falsifying financial documents, which Trump was unaware of until the trial started. If Trump loses his expected appeal, Judge Merchan will have broad discretion over the sentence, factoring in everything from Trump's age, his lack of a criminal record, and Trump's conduct during the trial. Trump repeatedly attacked Judge Merchan online and outside court.
Reactions to the verdict from the streets of New York were mixed. ABC's Anthony Carlo was there last evening.
Scattered amidst the mixed reaction, cheers and hugs as the news broke.
Guilty!
Some raised a victory flag, while others said the conviction will help lead Trump to victory.
It just seems to me like the fix was in, that they were out to get Trump, but I think he's going to get more popular with the American people as a result of this.
They watched on the big screens in Times Square.
Republicans are weighing in on former President Trump's conviction. Mr. Trump was charged for the crimes by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Former New York Republican congressman and Trump campaign surrogate Lee Zeldin, he spoke to ABC News.
This is election interference. This is a weaponization of the criminal justice system. There is, in many respects, this is a campaign pledge being fulfilled by Alvin Bragg. He campaigned on taking down Donald Trump.
This morning, the Trump verdict paying off for Republicans, at least in the short term. ABC's Perry Russum, he explains from Washington.
The Trump campaign quickly sending out a fundraising request, calling Trump a political prisoner. Supporters flooding the website with donations. The campaign says it caused the site to crash.
I want a campaign.
Some GOP mega donors already opening their wallets. Casino magnate Miriam Adelson pledging $100 million. Democrats also trying to capitalize on the verdict. Biden's campaign telling supporters the only way to keep Trump out of the Oval Office is the ballot box.
Market numbers. The report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online at beaconcm.com. Here are the futures ahead of the opening bell. The Dow futures down 26, S&P 500 down 10, NASDAQ futures down 63. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
5:07, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Friday, May 31st. Today, by the way, partly cloudy, a low of 58, a high of 84. And I got to tell you, I knew that this time would come. I knew that this moment would come when Donald Trump would be found guilty on all of these 34 felony counts. I knew when we saw the jury directions, the jury instructions, and how Judge Merchan continued to drag this jury towards a guilty verdict. I knew that this moment was coming. And, you know, I got to tell you, I'm so hopeful this morning. I really am, for a number of different reasons. And I'm also very conflicted because am I angry? Absolutely, I'm angry. I'm really pissed off. But at the same time, I know in my heart of hearts that this will not only galvanize the Donald Trump supporters, but also if you look at the polling, you will see that independents are looking at this and they're saying there's a whole bunch of BS involved in this whole thing. I think it is really telling that Joe Biden said that he was going to come out and he was going to make a statement after the verdict was read, and Biden is nowhere to be found. I think that he understands that the Democrats in this lawfare turned warfare have way overplayed their hand, There's a number of different issues here. Number one is that, yeah, I do believe, and you just heard Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver talking about how all of these folks are now raising all kinds of money off of this within the Republican Party. So much so, I know that you know that the website that Donald Trump was using to raise money actually crashed last night. They have made millions of dollars on this. So that's number one, the galvanizing of support for Donald Trump. But you know what else? With this lawfare turned warfare, you know what this also means? And Megyn Kelly just absolutely brought this home last night. They have now opened the door. The Democrats have now opened the door towards who knows what in the future. But I can tell you that the Republicans better be prepared and better have the testicular fortitude to say, okay, you did this to our guy. Wait till you see, Democrats, what we're going to come with.
What just happened today is a line we can't uncross. And these Democrats will rue the day they decided to use lawfare to stop a presidential candidate. I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about tit for tat. You just wait, and it won't be Hunter Biden the next time. It's going to be Joe Biden. It could potentially still be Barack Obama. It could still potentially be Hillary Clinton. We're going to have to look at what the statutes of limitations are on the various crimes they surely committed.
I mean, absolutely right. Who's next? Let's roll up Bill Clinton. Let's roll up Hillary Clinton. The Republican Party better have the testicular fortitude to do what Megyn Kelly is talking about, to play dirty. Because traditionally, to be honest, they don't. I love what she's saying. Bill and Hillary, let's go back and look at Whitewater, shall we? The real estate investment scandal, where a whole bunch of other people were charged, but they weren't. Find a judge, take them out. Bill and Hillary on Whitewater. Why don't we take a look again at Bill and Hillary about how they cashed in after that disaster in Haiti? Millions of dollars gone after that earthquake. And the Clintons swoop in, raise a bunch of money that never made it to the Haitians. How about all of Bill's various exploits with women? If Donald Trump can be popped for this ridiculous E. Jean Carroll case, then surely you can get something on Bill Clinton with what happened with not only Monica Lewinsky, but Paula Jones. Let's get Paula Jones and let's go ahead and have her sue the living crap out of Bill Clinton. Why not, right? I mean, if this is what they did, if this is what the Democrats did to Donald Trump, then tit for tat. Turnabout is fair play, right? What about Nancy Pelosi? And all that money that she makes on the stock market and stock investments based on insider information. Find a judge, take out Nancy Pelosi, take out Hillary Clinton, take out Bill Clinton, take out any Democrat you can find. We need to live by the same motto. You show us the person, we'll find the crime. What about Maxine Waters? Anybody want to go after Maxine Waters? I guarantee you there's something there. How about Joe Biden? How about the president, as Megyn Kelly was talking about? How much money did the president raise with Hunter Biden peddling influence? I mean, there's a hell of a lot more evidence on that than there ever was with Donald Trump. Find a judge. Here's the problem. Problem is Republicans are Republicans when it comes to this kind of thing. They need to fight bare knuckle, gloves off. Who gives a crap about right or wrong? We're not now engaged in lawfare, as many people are now saying. This is warfare. Dan Abrams and Megyn Kelly threw down over on News Nation yesterday after all of this was going on. And Abrams, believe it or not, just to tell you how absolutely clueless some people are, Dan Abrams actually started talking about morality.
Right? There was definitely wrongdoing. Whether it should have been a crime is a separate. What's the wrongdoing? What's the wrongdoing? All right. Number one, it's paying $130,000 to a porn star to keep her quiet. That's to try to protect your campaign. Can we at least agree that's wrong?
That's not illegal. It's not
I didn't say it was. No. I just said moral versus legal.
Wrong. Are we talking moral?
I made it clear. I'm making it clear. For a minute, I'm talking about morality versus legality. Right? There's no doubt that he engaged in. All
right, I'll tell. Here's my response to that, and I said this on my show the other day.
Abrams is so wrong. Then I'll let Megyn Kelly speak. But Megyn Kelly talked about this the other day. Abrams is wrong on a number of different things. Number one, Michael Cohen, has admitted that he made the payments and Donald Trump didn't know about the payments or what they were for. Cohen said that the payments were made so as to not to embarrass Donald Trump or his wife, Melania. It was cataloged as a legal expense because that is ultimately what it is. Just because the payment was made doesn't mean the incident in question actually happened. They never even proved that point. Abrams is wrong because he's believing a porn star who is making money and gaining notoriety on this case. What an absolute dolt. And I like Dan Abrams, but he's wrong on this because he is assuming, number one, that the incident in question actually happened. He's assuming that Donald Trump knew what all of this was about and that he believes with Dan Abrams, he's also believing the word of a porn star. So if you really want to start talking about morality, Dan Abrams, oh my Lord, you are siding with a porn star and a perpetual liar, Michael Cohen. Now, is it wrong to his ultimate question is and was Donald Trump and his campaign, were they wrong to give $130,000 in hush money to Stormy Daniels? Was it wrong? This stuff happens sadly all the time. And so I could very easily make the argument that Donald Trump or his campaign, they were right to make that payment to Stormy Daniels because stuff like this sadly happens all the time. Trump can certainly afford it. And so they were trying to not embarrass Melania. I could make that argument. But the problem is this case is so full of holes. And Abrams is just making all of these assumptions that are not based in fact. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. 5:16, Nashville's morning news today. Partly cloudy, a low of 58, a high of 84. Saturday, rain all day and a low of 63, a high of 75. And on Sunday, rain off and on and a high of 79. And right now, 58 degrees. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just going through a lot of the reaction from former President Donald Trump, guilty, they say, on these 34 felony counts. He is to be sentenced on July 11th. And I'm going through some of this audio. Dan Abrams and Megyn Kelly arguing over on News Nation about all of this as Abrams started talking about morality of all things. And, you know, if you would like to also go down the road of how immoral it is to have a judge so incredibly full of conflict of interest, yet he continued on, would not recuse himself from this case. He had Biden donor and his daughter, a Democrat strategist who works with Democrats. So I'd say to Dan Abrams, my Lord, man, if you want to go down the road of morality, we can certainly do that. Here's more from that conversation. Megyn Kelly and Dan Abrams.
I don't know what kind of weird marriage these two have. Same as I didn't know what kind of weird marriage Bill and Hillary Clinton had. So I don't know what their covenant is in terms of what he's allowed to do on the outside of his marriage.
But again, I don't mind the sex, but when you're paying $100,000, but I'm not talking about the sex. I'm talking about the $130,000 to keep her quiet to protect his campaign.
Immoral.
You know, what's so frustrating is Megyn Kelly had an opportunity to ask Dan Abrams, how do you even know they had sex? Was it ever even established that these two had any intimacy whatsoever? Donald Trump has always denied this. So again, Dan Abrams is assuming a lot of things, which makes him an ass out of him, but not necessarily me or Megyn Kelly.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing.
Really? Okay. Look, again,
if somebody runs for office, they just lose the right to have any privacy. They just have to let us see all of their dirty laundry from the moment they declare forward, or somehow they've done something morally wrong or legally wrong.
When you're doing it to protect the campaign and you are spending money on it, then now I'm going to switch back to the legal. You are now crossing the line into legal problems.
Michael Cohen, the guy who made the payments, said, no, this was to not embarrass Melania. The money was paid so that Melania would not be embarrassed by the accusations that her husband had an affair. Michael Cohen even said, that's the one thing I believe Michael Cohen on. So Abrams continues to go down this road, and again, the assumptions that he makes, I believe, are all wrong.
And you don't think he falsified business records either?
I don't know what he did. I don't think he wrote down.
What does that mean? We just had a whole trial. We heard every detail of this. How can you not know?
Let me answer.
Please.
Let me answer. I don't think he wrote down hush money payment to Stormy Daniels. Nobody who pays hush money would write down such a thing. I think he wrote down, or someone at the Trump organization wrote down, legal expenses from the drop-down Adobe menu. And that made as much sense as anything else because hush money wasn't an option. He was paying his lawyer who had made the payment to Stormy Daniels, and he was, I believe, reimbursing her, though he denied that, reimbursing him, though he denied that on the stand. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. I think you pay your lawyer money because he outlaid money for you. You could easily classify that as a legal expense.
No matter what it's for, right? Even if it's illegal conduct, you can just put it's a legal expense, right?
Dan Abrams is driving me nuts because, again, he keeps going down this road where he is assuming that he knows all the facts when clearly he does not.
This wasn't illegal. There's nothing illegal about paying hush money for an NDA. It's done
there's not.
all the
time. But when you're doing it to protect your campaign, it is.
So there you go. That was Megyn Kelly and Dan Abrams. And I thought it was a good and a robust argument, I suppose. But, you know, when you look at the whole thing, when you look at the trial, you look at the judge, you look at the jury, and you look at where the jury came from, you look at the circumstances that are going on right now in our country, and you look at everything in its totality. I believe the American people, as Donald Trump said, I believe that this will galvanize more support behind Donald Trump. And as the former president said, after all of this came down, really, the whole verdict is going to be on November 5th. That's when the real verdict will come in. And I got to tell you something, friends. For me, I cannot wait. By the way, do me a favor, if you would. Go to my Twitter feed, at Dan Mandis Show, because Donald Trump, he did come out with a video. And it's a great video. And it is the former president. And he's walking down a hallway. And he is, they pulled excerpts from one of Donald Trump's speeches, obviously. And it's a really good speech. And the reason why I think that it really does personify what Trump supporters are feeling right now is because I don't think that Trump supporters are despondent. I don't think that Trump supporters are angry. I believe that Trump supporters right now are just really ticked off. We're not sad. We're not upset. We're angry, and we want to fight. Not violently. This has nothing to do with, pitchforks and torches. It has everything to do with taking America back.
The final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
And so then, of course, it says, fight with Donald Trump, take America back. And yes, a link to fundraising. It is 5:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Would love to know what you think. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Jay Harper has been doing a great job in for Ken Weaver this week. And Jay, what's coming up at 5:30?
Yeah, Dan, too bad there's not much to talk about. In the wake of former President Trump's hush money trial conviction, his legal team, you betcha, they're vowing appeals. The conviction affecting Trump's fundraising, will tell you how. And we'll also have some reactions from everyday Americans. That's all coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. F&M Bank Chat. A lot of people fired up in there. Summer says, trying really hard to not type 4-letter words in here, but you can bet your arse they are flying out of my mouth. You know what, Summer, if you would like, y'all have my permission to go ahead and type 4-letter words in the F&M Bank Chat line, if you like, today and today only. I may not be able to say the 4-letter words on the radio that I really want to, but you folks just know that they're in my mind. But again, as I said in the previous monologue, I think that some folks are despondent, some folks are sad, some folks are angry, some folks are not angry. I think a lot of people are determined. I think that everybody has their own way of describing how they're feeling this morning. I do feel hopeful. I'm telling you that I do feel hopeful for a number of different reasons, which I laid out in the previous monologue. By the way, we've got a lot going on, including later on this morning, Jonathan Fahey. He is our legal analyst. He's been walking us through all of this. He's going to join us later this morning at 6:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 5:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got a clear sky, 58 degrees. Look for a wet weekend. Yeah, we'll have that forecast and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Former President Trump set to hold his first news conference since being convicted in his hush money trial. Here's ABC's Andrew Dimbert surmising potential avenues for appeal.
Experts say Trump is unlikely to see any punishment before the November election because the appeals process could take several months. Trump's team could take multiple avenues with their appeal. They could take issue with the pre-trial, publicly arguing it tainted the jury. They could argue that the jury should have been sequestered during the trial, and they'll likely point out that Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, a state-level prosecutor, was enforcing federal election law, questioning his authority to even bring the case.
Trump wasting no time raising some money off of that conviction. The former president attending a fundraiser last night. He's holding a news conference, as we said, that it's expected to be taking place sometime this morning at Trump Tower. Here's ABC's A.J. Burnett with more.
Donald Trump gave a defiant fist pump to a mix of cheers and insults outside Trump Tower. But the verdict came as a body blow. He stood and slowly began to shake his head as a jury foreman spoke the word guilty 34 times. He slumped back in his chair, heaved a sigh, and glared at the jurors without saying a word.
Everyday Americans, how are they reacting to the Trump conviction?
I thought the whole trial was complete sham, you know? I mean, he went in there to a place that voted 88% Democrat, and then the judge literally instructed the jurors on, here's a bunch of things you can possibly find him guilty.
It'd be interesting to see if anything actually happens to him, but not surprised.
They don't accuse anybody else for the same thing, but they accuse him of the worst.
The judge scheduled sentencing for July 11th. That's 4 days before the Republican National Convention. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. .537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of four amigos. Unos, dos, cuatro. The gang of four, cuatro amigos. And Jeff Malinoff, you get to be first today for showing up. Hello, Jeff. Good morning. Okay, good. He's got a lot to say. Johnny, good morning.
I couldn't even hear him.
Jeff, did you say something? If you're saying something, we can't hear you.
Now I'm saying something. There it is.
There we go. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can hear Jay Harper. Hello, Jay.
Howdy, Dan.
All right. So I'm so glad that it's Friday and interesting news day. Johnny, you were looking up some celebrity reactions to the big Donald Trump verdict.
Oh yeah, and as we would suspicion that they would all come out and be happy about. They're giddy.
Oh, yes, they are giddy.
You have Barbara Streisand, who said convicted felon Donald Trump is blaming the judge, the jury in New York for being found guilty on 34 counts. He will never accept accountability for his crimes. Americans must not allow this felon anywhere near the White House again.
You know, it's so funny because reading some of these, I don't know about you, Jay and Jeff, do you guys, there was a meme, it's one of my all-time favorite memes, and I've mentioned it before, where it's a picture of a dog taking a crap, and it's like just downloading some celebrity opinions. And every time I take Bandit for a walk, I always have that meme in mind. It's like, oh, look, he's pooping a De Niro.
Or Mark Hamill.
Or Mark Hamill. That's exactly right.
By the way, he posted a screenshot showing the word guilty in bright red capital letters 34 times.
There you go.
Boy, they have TDS bad.
Well, they do. And, the problem that we have in this country, of course, is that there's a lot of folks that don't put this in what I would say, and I said this during the opening monologue, the proper perspective.
Exactly.
Because if you hang your hat on guilty 34 times, well, then you're ignoring all of the circumstances that surround the conflicted judge, where they pulled the jury from, whether or not this thing was even legal, what laws were broken. I mean, I could go on, and of course, clearly I have been. So, I don't know how many Americans are actually hip to all of the circumstances around this. And if they just hear, oh, he's guilty. Oh, wow. Okay, I guess I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. I don't know if Americans really are that, I don't know, Jay, are Americans really that shallow that they'll hear that Trump is guilty and they'll say, oh, okay, I can't afford McDonald's, but I'll go ahead and vote for Joe Biden again.
No, I think the ones that have been paying attention, let's face it. I think a lot of people have, just tune out. We're because we're trying to pay for the McDonald's. I think there are people that they don't really care and they tune out, and this isn't going to make any difference to them one way or the other.
Johnny, what do you think?
I think Jay hit it on the mark. I think a lot of people are more in tune today with what's happening in the news. But I also think some people are tuning out because it's all just constant negativity. Mm-hmm. And the thing that I was looking at all these stars that are basically coming after Donald Trump, and I was never a big Donald Trump fan. I was a fan of his presidency. I thought he's done a great job as a president. As a person, I don't hold him in high esteem, but I also say that for a lot of celebrities. I also say that for a lot of politicians that have already held office. So to me, these celebrities coming after him are kind of like the pot calling the kettle black.
Didn't you say in your report, Jay, that who was it that pledged $100 million to Trump?
That it was, oh gosh, I'll have to go back and look it up, but I believe it was somebody from a casino company or something along those lines that pledged $100 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not bad.
No.
Jeff, what do you think? You're from the younger generation. You think the younger folks are still watching SpongeBob, or are they becoming more connected now?
Well, SpongeBob is still a great show. I'm not going to knock down SpongeBob by any means. But however, I don't think people, like you said, I don't think they care as much, because people that are invested in this are either humongous Republicans or humongous Democrats. So they already have their decisions already made up who are watching this. And the people that are not, I think, are just like, this just seems more political than anything else. I think people in the middle know this is more politically charged than anything else. So I think it's going to go by the wayside. I think this is going to make no difference in an election, because people that are, again, invested in this already know who they're going to vote for. So I think this will have little to no effects on who people vote for when it comes to November.
I always liked Squidward.
Oh, he's great. Squidward's.
Who is your favorite SpongeBob character?
I think it would be Patrick, but as I got older, I related to Squidward a lot more.
See, that's the thing. I always related more to Squidward because he always had that dark cloud over his head. That's for whatever reason.
Especially what his job was and making no money for a cheapskate like Mr. Krabs. You would totally understand that he's just he's like, well, I'm making $2 an hour, and I might not even get half of that because my boss is a cheapskate. So I understand that completely.
Yeah, but Krabs was a positive, good Republican. You could always tell that Krabs, the owner of the restaurant, was a good conservative. I just could always feel that in my bones. Jeff? Was Krabs a Republican or a Democrat? Mr. Krabs.
I think he would want less taxes, so I think he would be mainly I feel like he'd be a libertarian.
Okay.
I don't think I think it was just a libertarian, like, leave me alone with my money.
Jay, what do you think? Was Mr. Krabs a conservative or a Democrat? Or maybe libertarian?
Probably leaning more conservative, I would say.
Okay. See, that's how I relate to the younger generation.
I'm telling you, it was a bonding moment. I was digging it.
I'm meeting the new guy at his level. I'm just kidding, Jeff. When my kids were growing up, Jeff, and you're 29, you said.
I'm 29 in June.
Wow.
Okay, so you're 28. So, but when my kids were growing up, SpongeBob was always on the television. Now, when I was growing up, and Johnny and Jay, I don't know if you guys experienced this, but when I was growing up, my parents would never think about sitting down and watching our shows like the Flintstones or Scooby-Doo or Bugs Bunny or anything. My parents would never, it was like, shut up and sit in front of the TV and watch your shows, man. I sat down with my kids. I've probably, Jeff, seen every single SpongeBob there is because it's a great show.
Yep, same here.
Good show.
Same here. We had the whole sets of the DVDs of SpongeBob at our house. And my wife and I, we watched it probably more than our kids did.
All right, you want to hear something? I have a VHS of SpongeBob.
You have VHS, but do you actually have a videotape player?
We do. My parents still do. We got one because we wanted to show they wanted to show their grandkids the old VHS Disney movies, and we had them all on VHS still. So we just popped them in like old home movies we had. So we bought a VHS player, so we got to watch those.
Don't they have them all on, digital platform now?
My mom just has a humongous box worth of VHS players, and I don't think VHS tapes, and I don't think she knows who to go to put those into DVD. So I think she just said, let me just get a VHS.
That's
inventive.
That's something. That's inventive. That's very creative. Good for your mom.
And plus, she can have Song of the South, which they don't make anymore.
Yeah, that's true. The whole Uncle Remus and all that is taboo now.
Yeah, you can't have that.
Oh, that's right. The movie.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's see here. All right, I've got a question for the four of us. But first, and the people on the super text line.
Hey, Dan, real quick, just to answer your question, to interject, it's casino magnate Miriam Adelson that's pledging that $100 million to Trump.
All right, very good. Now, there is a story. I wanted to do this yesterday, but I didn't get a chance to. But SMV did a story about this guy named Todd Dean. Now, Todd Dean is accused of ripping off women. I need some audio here, Jeff. Listen to this.
Dean is accused by women, many in court, for repeatedly sending selfies and videos of himself, all while asking them for money, while he lived in a downtown condo. In a recent bankruptcy Zoom hearing, he admitted he has no job and no salary. These women believe he made his living off their relationship.
So here's what I find interesting, is this guy is being persecuted. Everybody's bashing this dude. And I guess my question is, and I've got a couple more audio bites, but isn't it the women's responsibility not to be dumb? I mean, it seems to me, and I'm not bashing the women, but I mean, I want you to listen to this.
If you send me $25.
That is this guy, Todd Dean.
That's his voice?
That is one of the videos. That's the audio to one of the videos where he says,
if you send me $25.
And he did this to all of these women who just sent him all of this money, and dude just, ripped them off.
Across the country and here in Nashville, judgments have been handed down against him, ordering him to pay back tens of thousands of dollars to women.
Tens of thousands of dollars. These women sent this guy tens of thousands of dollars, and it's like $25, $50, $75, $100 at a time. Now, listen, if he broke laws, whatever. Right. But ladies.
Yes.
Have you not learned? I mean, I know just as a guy who spends some time on the internet that, number one, the second a really hot girl slides into my DMs, I automatically say, should I go ahead and give you my credit card number now or later?
Well, is it a good-looking guy? Because he sounds like he smokes like 50 a day.
Yeah, he does. I mean,
Well, this is more of his voice. And I don't know.
I mean, it's not a voice I can see women going, oh, talk to me in that voice.
Yeah, that's...
Mr. Dean, I wanted to ask you said this.
Get your facts straight, Jeremy. Why don't you do some investigation?
Okay, well, that's what I'm here to ask. These women say that you owe them money, but you're saying you're being defamed. How are you being defamed?
Get your facts straight.
Okay, can you answer any of the questions? So are you saying you don't owe those women money because there are judgments against you? What about the judgments against you?
And you'll see in court, is what he said.
So, I mean, was the money obtained under fraudulent pretenses?
See, that's what I don't understand.
Is that why the judgments?
Because if somebody, women, men, whatever, but if you literally give somebody money, well, isn't that on you?
Yes.
I mean, if I give somebody $50 and I assume that I'm not going to get paid back. Like if somebody asks me for money and I give it to them, then I assume I'm not going to get paid back.
Right.
I just assume that. And I've been burned before, but I don't haul people into court. But if you're any person and you give money to a complete stranger on, Zoom or FaceTime or whatever it is, that's on you.
Well, yeah, and I would like to know what were the video, what was the purpose of the video? What was he doing?
Yeah, I mean, was he offering something in return for this money and failed to deliver on that? Thus, it's fraudulent.
You know what? I guess this guy lives in Nashville. The chances of him coming on my show are slim to none.
Oh, sure.
But I mean, I
got the voice for radio apparently.
I would love to know.
If you like, send me $25.
Yeah.
Does that really work?
Oh, he sounds like Joe Biden.
Yeah,
is that the whole clip? He just says, "Send me $25."
Well, that's what the news aired. So I don't have access to the full.
Well, that's the question though, because if he just said, "Send me $25," I don't think there's a crime there. Because
basically, what people do is they say, "Oh, they get to know you," and then they try to get on your good side, and they then say, "Oh, my car broke down," or whatever. And they make up some sort of a pity story, and then they...
If you like, send me $25.
And then they do that.
Clear your throat, man. Come on.
Please. Yeah. Maybe lay off, maybe quit the smokes.
Yeah.
Maybe it needs a $25 for cigarettes.
or a voice box.
Are cigarettes that expensive now?
Yes.
Is that $25 now?
They are very expensive now.
I just want to know, what did he do to get tens of thousands of dollars out of women? And by the way, so they had some of the, I'm going to get crucified for this, but when they showed pictures of the women, they were good looking.
Really?
Yeah.
What about this dude? Is he is he just a hunk or?
I mean,
doesn't sound
No, he doesn't. But you can't go by that.
I mean,
that's granted.
I guess if I was to look at it from, he's not ugly that I can tell.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like me. He's not short and bald. I mean, he's tall and he's got a lot of hair. And,
there it is.
He's
whatever.
Tall.
Yeah.
We can't tell how tall somebody is on a Zoom call.
That's true.
What about, so when the guy was trying to talk to him, was he talking to him on the street?
No, he's on, a lot of this was online.
Okay.
I don't even know if he met any of these people in person. I don't know.
Wow.
You know what? Hey, Jeff Malinoff, your first direct order from me is to get Todd Dean on the radio show. I want to know.
I want to interview Todd.
I want to know.
If you like, send me $25.
What else did you say? Because there has to be more than that, and I'm sure there is.
You want to send me $25? I'll be president.
I'd be like, people would be like, no, I'm not going to give you $25. I'm going to hang up right now. I'll give you a nickel to not ever contact me again.
Yeah, please.
That's what people would say to me. So anyway, I am Jim. If anybody knows Todd Dean, hit me up in the super text line at 615-737-9986. So bottom line with me on this is, if he broke laws, then he needs to be held accountable. But ladies, come on.
Yeah, please. Now, one lady that she might want to go into Todd's profession, Jennifer Lopez. Have you heard about her?
Oh, I've heard about her.
Oh, yeah, we've all heard about her.
Yeah, you're, what?
Oh, no,
recently?
She's having a very bad year.
Yeah.
She's having a very bad year. First, her new album, This Is Me, has done poorly in sales.
It's tanked.
So J-Lo's new album, the sales have been low.
Yeah, they've been dismal. Also, her personal appearances on her tour have not been good. Now, her whopping $90 million Las Vegas residency That deal is now on the rocks because she did a very stupid thing. She was supposed to receive $1 million a show for this Vegas residency. They say that because she didn't sign, she's been constantly going back and forth over this deal. She hasn't signed a contract. They're watching all of this in Las Vegas, and they're going, I don't know if we're going to do this. So now they're saying they may just offer her $600,000 to $650,000.
Number one, I think she'll be okay at $650,000.
She'll live.
Poor thing.
But here's the thing: whenever you go into a negotiation, you got to know where you stand.
Yes.
And if your album's not doing well, and your tour's not doing well, and Ben Affleck, I guess, is.
That was another thing too.
That drama is not helping.
Well, she renamed her tour. It's now called "This Is Me Live." It used to be "This Is Me." I forget what it was called. But This Is Me Now.
Yeah.
And what was songs that were about her journey in the rekindled love with Ben Affleck.
Well, that's going to be awkward.
So now she's retitled the tour and changed some tunes.
Wow. All right, 5:55 on Nashville's Morning News. And by the way, just a public service message from me to you. Never give money to strangers on the internet. But I want to know how Todd Dean did it. All right. Jay Harper, what's coming up?
Yeah, Dan, in the wake of former President Trump's hush money trial conviction, his legal team, they're vowing appeals, as you can well imagine. Also, this conviction is affecting Trump's fundraising. We'll tell you how. And as also, you can imagine, Republicans speaking out on the verdict. We'll have all that at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
I'm going to give it away. We're going to do TikTok today. Oh, TikTok or talk? Talk. Okay. T-A-L-K.
Spring is here. Today we're going to talk about ticks. Bugs are coming out. Unfortunately, ticks are coming out. People are going to be out in the woods. First, the types of ticks.
American dog tick, the black-legged deer tick, the Lone Star tick. We've got a Gulf Coast tick. Got a new one coming in, the longhorn tick. These are the ones we need to watch out for. 75% of vector transmitted diseases now are from ticks. Rocky Mountain spotted fever, rickelosis, tularemia, Lyme disease, almost flu-like. You're going to run a fever. You may or may not get a rash in the saliva. They secrete the cement. to glue themselves in.
Wow. Yeah, that's great.
So you need to get some tweezers, get down on that capitulum and grab it and pull the tick off. Do not grab the body. A lot of people think ticks drop out of trees. They don't drop out of trees. And they can't jump. And they can't fly.
So they're in the leaves, on the plants and things.
On the grass,
on the
leaves of the grass. And they do this number with their front legs. And that's called questing. They are sensing a prey item coming by. They'll take those legs and latch on and then crawl up.
And then there you go. You're battling it.
Good morning. It's 1 minute past 6 a.m., and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got a mostly cloudy sky now, 58 degrees. We're looking for some storms over the weekend. Yeah, we'll have that forecast and the traffic report in just a few minutes. Former President Trump found guilty Thursday on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in his hush money trial. The former president did speak to reporters after the verdict.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
Last night, Trump leaving a fundraiser, his lead attorney vowing to vigorously appeal that conviction. Here is Andrew Dimbert from ABC News.
Bragg upgraded the charges in this case to felonies, saying he believed Trump also broke election laws by falsifying financial documents, which Trump was unaware of until the trial started. If Trump loses his expected appeal, Judge Merchan will have broad discretion over the sentence, factoring in everything from Trump's age, his lack of a criminal record, and Trump's conduct during the trial. Trump repeatedly attacked Judge Merchan online and outside court.
The guilty verdict paying off for Trump in one way. Here's ABC's Perry Russum.
The Trump campaign quickly sending out a fundraising request, calling Trump a political prisoner. Supporters flooding the website with donations. The campaign says it caused the site to crash.
I want a campaign.
Some GOP mega donors already opening their wallets. Casino magnate Miriam Adelson pledging $100 million. Democrats also trying to capitalize on the verdict. Biden's campaign telling supporters the only way to keep Trump out of the Oval Office is the ballot box.
Turning now to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. Here is Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Falling tech shares dragged down the broader market Thursday, with the Nasdaq Composite sliding more than 1%, the S&P giving up 0.6%. The Dow Jones, which was over 40,000 just 2 weeks ago, dropped another 330 points to finish the day at 38,111. On the other end, Costco beat revenue expectations, with shoppers hitting the warehouse club looking for deals. Some of the biggest sellers were in the health and beauty, grocery, and toy aisles at Costco. At the intersection of tech, politics, and justice, shares in Trump media fell by as much as 15% in extended trading. The owner of 65% of the social media company, former President Donald Trump, was convicted Thursday of falsifying business records in his criminal hush money trial. Stellantis has fired the latest salvo in the EV war. The all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S will start at $72,000 when it hits showroom floors this fall.
Stock futures ahead of the opening bell this morning. The Dow futures down 87, S&P 500 down 21, and the NASDAQ futures down 118. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. There next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Friday, May 31st. Hope you are doing well. Well, I got to tell you what, the Members Nutrition Super Text line is most certainly alive and well and active this morning. Listen to this. This is from 6881 out of Springfield. I'm a 64-year-old blue-collar worker. I've never donated to a political campaign. I just donated to Donald Trump's campaign. I was thinking, everybody should donate $1 for every charge. So $34, right? I mean, that's what, if you can afford $34, $1 for each charge, why don't you go ahead and do that? If you're better off than some, then do $10 for each charge. That'll bring you up to $340. Here's another one, 0836. I was already ticked off before the verdict because I already knew what the outcome was going to be. Nobody should be surprised. And Mario texted in 34 equals 47, hashtag Trump 24. And I think that's what the reaction really is this morning. I had a whole thing in the 5 o'clock hour. How do I feel this morning? How do you feel this morning after Donald Trump was found guilty? By the way, I was on CNN, tried to snap a picture of it. But what did CNN say in their little headline? Convicted felon Donald Trump. You see, that's what it's all about. It's all about being able to brand Donald Trump as a convicted felon. I want to play a piece of audio for you. It's one of my favorites. I've got 3 favorites, right? I've got Andrew McCarthy, I've got Jonathan Turley, and I've got Alan Dershowitz. I've got audio from all 3. But I liked what Andrew McCarthy had to say about the branding of Donald Trump as a quote-unquote convicted felon. Jeff needs some audio, please.
The internal polling of the Democrats has to tell them, it would seem to me, that being able to call Trump a convicted felon in the run-up to the election is worth X number of points in the battleground states. So even if it fires up his base, and it should, this is going to change American prosecution and the American justice system for the worse, because the flag of politicized prosecution has been planted here in a way that it's never been planted before. But as it plays politically, I think the question is, how much is it worth to have that talking point for them in the run-up to the election?
I mean, he brings up a great point, which is why I like Andrew McCarthy, is because somewhere they knew that being able to say Donald Trump convicted felon has got to be worth something. But here's the thing. You look at the money that Donald Trump has raised by this. I don't even know how much money has been raised. The website that they were utilizing to raise money, it actually crashed in the minutes following this announcement. So Donald Trump's base is fired up. I spoke about in the beginning of the radio program at 5 o'clock how I don't know the feeling that I have right now. It's not sadness. I don't even know if it's really anger so much as I feel uplifted by the amount of support that we have seen from people outside of my my friendship circle, if you will, my conservative circle. Because I woke up last night, my phone blew up overnight with people who I had not heard from in a long time. And people who aren't even supporters of Donald Trump, really. But they understand why Donald Trump supporters feel the way that they do this morning. And so, yeah, you do have a lot of folks saying this is no longer lawfare. This is warfare. And people are talking about how this whole thing has been a huge miscalculation. I think the fact that Joe Biden did not come out and speak immediately following the announcement of the verdict, I think does say a lot. Now, the former president, he spoke, of course, after the announcement was read, the judgment was read.
It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing, we didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration.
I mean, I know that you've heard this over and over again, and obviously Donald Trump is right. Remember that the defense, his lawyers, they weren't even allowed to call expert witnesses to testify that Trump did not, in fact, break the law. Now, some will fact check and say, well, this guy that used to work for the FEC, his name is Bradley Smith, was allowed to testify. Well, yes, he was. But the judge limited the scope greatly of what he could actually talk about. So it was pointless to even have him on. And then also Judge Merchan, he said, well, you know, you can bring in your own expert witness, but that means that the prosecution is going to bring in their own expert witness, and everybody will just get confused. Biden's approval ratings, by the way, continuously in the toilet. His disapproval ratings really high. And I think that clearly you have Joe Biden losing support. He is losing the support of young Americans, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans. And the reason he's losing support is because of stuff that we talk about every single day. As a matter of fact, the Democrats even want Joe Biden literally gone.
In order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now.
And former President Donald Trump talking about all of the things that are seriously wrong with this country. And so the question is going to be asked, and Andy McCarthy talked about this a little bit earlier, which was, okay, so somewhere the Democrats believe that being able to call Donald Trump convicted felon is going to overshadow all of the other things that are going wrong in this country, from the economy to the border, being involved in 2 wars, crimes in the street. I mean, you name it. The fact that they can say convicted felon Donald Trump, like CNN just had on their headline, all of that other stuff doesn't magically go away. 6:16, time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. Thank you very much. 717 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 617 on Super Talk 99.7. Today, partly cloudy and a low of 58, a high of 84. Saturday, rain all day, a high of 75. And on Sunday, again, rain off and on, and a high of 79. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Jonathan Turley, of course, you know that he's one of my favorites, and he was talking about Judge Merchan. Now, you know what I've said, and we've all reported about Judge Juan Merchan. This is a guy who presided over a trial where he literally led the jury, kind of like with a leash, right to the guilty verdict. And so this is someone who donated to Joe Biden, his daughter, as you no doubt know, but there's a lot of new people tuning in today. So just for you newbies that are tuning in to find out what in the world is going on, the judge that presided in this whole case, the reason why Republicans are so up in arms is because the judge did donate to Joe Biden. That is clearly a conflict of interest. And Judge Merchan's daughter, well, she works with Democrats. She is a Democrat strategist who was raising money on this whole trial. Jonathan Turley is a constitutionalist and a really good one, and he was on Fox News.
In defense of some of those jurors, they may have not seen any alternative but conviction. I mean, keep in mind, this judge allowed the government to repeatedly tell them that it was a fact that an election violation occurred and that Trump had ordered it. Judge Merchan stayed absolutely silent during that statement over and over again, even though it violated his instruction.
Yeah, I actually love what Trey Gowdy said. Now, you know that he used to be in Congress, and he was there as a legal analyst, too, standing right next to Jonathan Turley. And he commented on just how pro-prosecution Judge Juan Merchan was.
Not just pro-prosecution. I mean, I would struggle to think of a significant objection by the defense that was actually sustained. And the tone with which he treated the counsel was disparate. The defense, I think, failed to object sometimes during the prosecution closing argument because they had battered lawyer syndrome. They had just been beaten up for weeks and weeks.
Yeah, remember the other day, I think it was yesterday, we talked about how the defense would object over and over again, and Merchan would overrule them time and again to the point where the defense just gave up. And remember yesterday we spoke about the jury instructions about how they didn't have to agree on what crime was committed, only that a crime had been committed, which many will say is unconstitutional because the judge said you don't have to be unanimous on what crime was committed. They had like 3 options. Well, that is unconstitutional. And all of the people, again, for you new folks that are just tuning in today to find out what is going on, most of the people that I play, the legal analysts that I play, are all people that are anti-Donald Trump, who they didn't vote for him, they're Democrats, and they don't like him, but they value the Constitution more. On CNN, I'm going to tell you newbies the difference between me and CNN. CNN, you know who they have on CNN? Adam Kinzinger and George Conway. Now, those are 2 people who pretend to be Republicans, but in reality, they absolutely hate Donald Trump. And I don't believe that they're really Republicans. And so what CNN does is they stack the deck with a whole bunch of folks that just have always hated Donald Trump, and those are the people that they're going to go to for analysis. I'm playing people who have clearly been anti-Donald Trump for a long time, but when all of this lawfare began and all of the attacks on Donald Trump began, then they said, well, wait a minute. We may not like Donald Trump. We may not vote for Donald Trump, but you know what? This is not fair. This is lawfare. This is unconstitutional. This is using the legal system to eliminate your political enemies, which is exactly what is going on. 622 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, coming up next at about 6:35 or so, we're going to be joined by Jonathan Fahey. Now, you know that Jonathan has been my legal analyst for a while now on all things Donald Trump. Going to get his reaction on what he thinks about the 34 charges against Donald Trump, all guilty. We'll have to find out what happens next with the former president. He's going to appeal it. You have Mark Levin, who is out there saying that Trump should just bypass all of that nonsense and try and get it right to the Supreme Court right away. There's a lot to talk about. 622 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner. You know, they do know at Busy Bee the times are tough and they don't want the cost of things to interfere with your comfort this summer. So they're offering some great financing right now. Up to 12 months, no interest, no payment with approved credit. So if you think that you can't afford to either get a new HVAC unit or that you can't afford to get it repaired, Busy Bee HVAC, they're going to work with you. They've also got great new deals on HVAC units. They're offering you free air duct cleaning, fogging, and UV light home treatment with the purchase of select new units. And they've got some plumbing specials as well. $500 off select tankless water heaters and $500 off upright Essency water heaters as well. This is the company that I've been working with for years. They are, again, your Rude Pro partner, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybhvac.com. Jay Harper, what's coming up in the news at 6:30?
Sure, Dan. Donors flocking to former President Trump's campaign website. Also, how are other Republicans reacting to the verdict? And another presidential candidate speaking out on the Trump conviction. We'll have those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you joining us here for this Friday, May 31st. A lot of people chiming in on the Super Text line. You know what I'm noticing, Jay, is that there's a lot of folks that are texting in for the first time. I do believe, and the reason why I'm sort of framing my monologues today towards people that have not been listening before, because I think that there's a lot of folks that are wondering what in the world is going on.
Exactly.
And they're tuning in. So
it's motivating people. It's caught people's attention. You know, I mean, you can't get on social, you can't do anything online without seeing the verdict and all. And maybe people that have been tuning it out are now like, yeah, what the heck's going on?
So I'm in all day today. I'm going to be at least until 9, and then everybody else will probably do the same thing, where I'm just going to continue to retrace everything that has happened, because it is clear that there's a lot of folks that are listening for the first time. If you want to connect with the host, that's me. You can, 615-737-9986. That is a text line that goes straight into the studio. Would love to hear from you folks. It is 629. Big news from my friends at Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale is going on right now. Today's the last day, as a matter of fact. So today's the last day that you can get a really big discount from my friends at Window Nation. Now, today only. They're wrapping it up right now. They're offering you 50% off of all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 years, plus an additional bonus savings offer when you schedule an appointment right now. Today's the last day. So I've been telling you about this special all month long. Today's the last day. This is, I think, one of their best specials. Now, just so you know, this is the company, Window Nation, that is my window company. They put a couple of windows in my basement studio, and coming up next, new windows for my kitchen and my bedroom as well. Don't forget, this special ends today. Get 50% off all windows, plus 0% interest for 5 years, and a bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment today. Call them, 866-90-NATION. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. It's cloudy, 58 degrees. We're looking for storms over the weekend. We'll get that forecast to you, as well as a traffic update. Well, this morning, the Trump verdict is paying off in one respect. Here's ABC's Perry Russum to explain.
On Capitol Hill, Trump supporters speaking out. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell saying these charges never should have been brought in the first place. I expect the conviction to be overturned on appeal. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying President Trump will rightfully appeal this absurd verdict, and he will win. Many Republicans vowing to stand behind Trump, regardless of what happens next in this historic case. Perry Russum, ABC News, Washington.
The Trump campaign says the former president's criminal conviction is firing up the Republican base, but can the former president maintain enough support among voters to win in November, as his legal woes could potentially carry into the summer? Here's ABC's political director Rick Klein in D.C.
I don't think the Biden team is under any pretensions that this changes the election in such a way that they don't have to worry about it. Now it's in the bag. That's not the case. But it opens the door for them to make a case they've tried to make for a long time. The perceived dangers that they see in a second Trump presidency are now highlighted by this fact of these criminal convictions.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. reacting to Trump's guilty verdict, telling a crowd in Austin last night that he feels the outcome will actually benefit the Republican nominee.
My belief is that it will end up helping President Trump among America, a large part of American public who believes that the judicial system and the enforcement system have been weaponized.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 633 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. The Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Listen, warmer weather is, of course, here. We've passed Memorial Day. Now we're officially heading into summer. If you want to get back onto the basketball court, maybe the pickleball court, the tennis court, the softball field, but you've been held back because of sports injuries, and you can't seem to get any relief, my friends at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute can help you with those nagging injuries and so much more. So my question to you, what ails you? Maybe it is sports injuries. Maybe it's concussions. Maybe it's congestive heart failure, asthma, arthritis, autism. Well, the Kellam Stem Cell Institute, they can help you with all of those ailments and so much more. Do not give up. Pick up the phone and call them at 615-850-4415. Dr. Ethan Kellam specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack that inflammation in your body to help it heal. This is your body providing your cells and your solution. They now accept care credit, so give them a call, 615-850-4415. Call today for your free consultation. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 2 L's, Kellum, KellamStemCellInstitute.com.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
I'm going to give it away. We're going to do TikTok today. Oh, TikTok or talk? Talk. Okay. Talk.
Spring is here. Today we're going to talk about ticks. Bugs are coming out. Unfortunately, ticks are coming out. People are going to be out in the woods. First, the types of ticks.
American dog tick, the black-legged deer tick, the Lone Star tick. We've got a Gulf Coast tick. Got a new one coming in, the Longhorn tick. These are the ones we need to watch out for. 75% of vector transmitted diseases now are from ticks. Rocky Mountain spotted fever, rickelosis, tularemia, Lyme disease, almost flu-like. You're going to run a fever. You may or may not get a rash in the saliva. They secrete the cement to glue themselves in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great.
So you need to get some tweezers, get down on that capitulum and grab it and pull the tick off. Do not grab the body. A lot of people think ticks drop out of trees. They don't drop out of trees. And they can't jump. And they can't fly.
So they're in the leaves, on the plants and things.
On the grass.
On the
leaves of the grass. And they do this number with their front legs. And that's called questing. They are sensing a prey item coming by. They'll take those legs and latch on and then crawl up.
And then there you go. You're battling it.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Friday, May 31st. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to get right to it. Jonathan Fahey has been our legal analyst through this insanity that has been going on with the Donald Trump hush money case. And Jonathan, 34 verdicts of guilty, I guess, and that's how you phrase it. But, you know, I guess I got to ask the question, were you surprised by all this?
You know, I don't think so, but I have to say it was very disappointing. So in a weird way, maybe yes, even though I know we talked about yesterday and all the things that were stacked against President Trump in this case, but it still is, you know, extremely disappointing, at least from my vantage point in seeing this case, which is, you know, on its face, just an insignificant case that they've never tried before with all the multiple flaws we've talked about. And you just want to hope that the system works, and I don't think it did here. And you know, these jurors in New York have so much pressure on them. They're pulled from a 90% anti-Trump pool, so I assume that they're reflective of that. But it does make me think that did they just not have the courage to do what's right? Is there something that they saw that everyone analyzing the case did not see. I don't know. But overall, it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing for our country to see that, the primary strategy of the Democratic Party seems to be prosecuting their political opponent rather than running on the merits or their accomplishments, quote unquote, or their issues or anything else. And it really is a bad road that it seems like we're going down. And if anyone thinks this will be the last time this type of thing happens, I think they're mistaken. They've opened the door to something really, really bad here.
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, I was talking earlier about, and I don't want to go down this road with you, but I was talking earlier about, okay, so if you want to go down this road, let's start talking about all the money that Nancy Pelosi has made on insider information. Let's talk about Bill and Hillary Clinton and all of the millions of dollars that disappeared from Haiti. Let's talk about Whitewater, if I remember correctly, way back in Arkansas. Let's talk about Paula Jones and her accusations against Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky. I mean, I could go on and on. So if that's what the Democrats want to do, it's my hope that the Republicans, if they're going to fight, they got to take off the gloves. But I don't want to go there right now. Let me ask you this. When we talk about an appeal, you've got Mark Levin saying that Trump should go right to the Supreme Court. I don't know if that's possible or not. You've got Judge Merchan. He is going to sentence Donald Trump on July 11th. What happens after that? I want to talk about what happens on July 11th. Is it possible that Merchan could actually send Trump to prison?
Yeah, I think every step of the way with all of these cases, at least I thought the government in whichever area was going to eventually pull back and not go forward with these cases. And I've been wrong consistently on that. And, a lot of people are saying he won't send him to prison and won't do stuff. I don't really know that that's the case. He's going to get up there and say these are 34 felony counts, very serious offense, and I sentenced other people to prison, even though it's not true, for comparable things. So I think it's a possibility. I certainly hope there would be some restraint on his end and recognizing not only the impact on, Donald Trump, but the rest of the country, the whole process. So, I think the wiser thing for him to do would be, some sort of probationary sentence or some sort of sentence that is, if it is something like home confinement, it just seems like an obvious way to keep Donald Trump off the campaign trail. Yep. You certainly, as a judge, have the ability to say whatever sentence I impose, you don't have to start serving it, or it doesn't have to be executed until after November. That would be certainly a fair way to go about this. But this is something that is wholly unworthy of jail, because it's at very worst, it's a fraud case without victims. So nobody got hurt, nobody lost money, nobody was physically hurt, nobody was intimidated, scared, anything else. So there's just nothing about this that would warrant sending someone to jail. The case is, on its face, it's just a joke to begin with. Even if you believe they prove the case, it's still a so what case, because it's he defrauded himself to further something else. And it's how do you defraud yourself? I don't really know. But I think it's, I hope there's some restraint on his end. It would certainly, I think he's damaged the judicial system tremendously the way he's handled this case. Maybe he could reclaim some of the integrity to the system in New York, which I think has very little of this case at this point, at least from the outside of it.
Let's talk about the appellate process. So it goes to, Trump is obviously going to appeal. Where does it go, and how far up does it go before it ultimately gets up to the Supreme Court? And talk about a timeline.
Yeah, so the way I understand the New York system, they call their trial court the Supreme Court, and then they have two layers of appellate courts, which is a little different than a lot of states. But basically, he would get sentenced, there'd be a final order, then Donald Trump would appeal, the government, the state would have a chance to respond to the appeal. It would get argued at one level of the appellate court, and then whoever the party that doesn't prevail could review it to the next level, and at that point they could appeal that to the Supreme Court. That would take a very long time. Even the first layer of appeals, I can't see that getting done anywhere before beginning of next year, even if expedited. I know courts have the ability to expedite things, so I may be wrong, and there may be reasons. There may be a vehicle. I know you said Mark Levin was talking about this, and other people. There may be a vehicle to try to get this to the Supreme Court. I just don't know what that is but this is such an unusual case.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a way to do a cert petition to say this has a enormous impact, not just on this particular defendant, but the country as a whole, the electoral system, everything else. So maybe there's a way to get it there. I just don't know what that would be, and that seems extraordinarily unlikely, but maybe they'll try it.
Jonathan Fahey is our legal analyst right here on Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. So, Jonathan, coming up next after the traffic, I want to broaden out a little bit and talk about what you think this will do to the election and Joe Biden's response, Donald Trump's response. How should everybody respond to this? And how will the American people respond? That is all straight ahead. Time to check the roads on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. .645 on Nashville's Morning News. Partly cloudy today, a low of 58, a high of 84 degrees, and right now 60 at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey, our legal analyst, is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. So there's a lot of analysis that is going on right now as far as what this will do for the election in November. As Donald Trump said, the real verdict is going to come on November 5th. And the polling, Jonathan, is all over the place. Because on the one hand, everybody knows this is a really tight race. On the other hand, you have those same people talking about how they don't believe that this will, impact the race all that much. But you've got some percentage of people who claim to be Donald Trump supporters that are now saying that they might second guess that support because he is now an air quote convicted felon. So could this, in your mind, impact enough people that it could actually help Joe Biden?
Yeah, I think it's certainly possible because, you see those polls that you're talking about, and most people really see this for what it is and aren't going to factor it into their vote. But there's a small percentage that will, and the way this election looks to be shaping up, it's going to be similar to the last two, meaning, it'll be close in a handful of states, and that will be the difference. So a little difference could be the ultimate difference. The things that seem, at least initially, Donald Trump is getting a ton of sort of enthusiasm from his supporters. It seems to be, at least things you read on Twitter and other things, a lot of money is coming in. So I bet you he will have an enormous fundraising month because of this. So I think there's some people that may be in the middle that say this is a bridge too far to come Trump's way. But I think it's interesting how it'll play out. And I think, yesterday I was talking about Biden was going to make a statement, which they said they would, and I was expecting them to make, the standard sanctimonious type of thing. And they held back on it, which probably wasn't a bad idea because they could at least at this point act like it's not part of their political campaign, even though we all know it is. And then they'll just bring it out later, I think, as we get closer. But I think anyone watching this knows it's clearly political. And the Biden campaign simply seems to be prosecute Trump and abortion, and let's have some racial division just as a bonus point. But I think if the campaign is Donald Trump talking about the issues, and he needs to, I think he needs to say this is rigged and illegitimate, but then focus on the American people, focus on the issues, and he wins if it's an issues-driven campaign. And the only way Biden can win is make it about Donald Trump and all of these things. But I think, if the American people are deciding, do I want 4 more years of people talking about January 6th and political prosecutions, but we still have to have high inflation, open borders, rising crime, insecure national security throughout the world, or, so that's the price you pay. You get your political opponent, you take them down, but then your life is worse. And I think Donald Trump speaks to the American people and will. It's like, hey, do you want your life to be better or do you want my life to be worse? Because that's really the choice Biden's given him. There's no hope. No one believes he'll turn around the economy. Nobody believes he'll do anything on the border. I mean, in Biden, national security. I mean, he's a laughing stock. And this, internationally, you look at like China, Iran, Russia. They don't respect Joe Biden. I mean, he's a buffoon, and everyone knows it. And then it's like you have Kamala Harris set to take over probably midway through, and sadly, I think she's even worse than him, even in his decaying state, which is really pathetic. So, it'll be very interesting. But I think if the issues are if the actual issues are the issue, Donald Trump should win. If they could try to just make it, January 6th, all of these other things, that's their only hope. But again, they have to defend. Joe Biden's only not being prosecuted because Robert Hur basically found him too mentally unfit to stand trial, which is a pretty low bar for a defendant to be, but really that's what he said. He was very, polite about it, but that's really what he said, that this guy is just not all there anymore.
So the bottom line, timeline, as far as the appellate process goes, it could be years. That's number one. Number two, and I think you and I may have spoken about this yesterday, just very quickly as we wrap this up. You said there's two layers of an appeals process in New York before it would go to the Supreme Court. Dershowitz is out there saying that these appellate judges probably could be no better than Judge Merchan. They don't want their life ruined. They don't want their career ruined by siding with Donald Trump. From your standpoint, as a guy who is mired in both politics and law, in 45 seconds or less, who do you think is right? Is Alan Dershowitz right, or are others right that are saying this will absolutely be overturned on appeal?
I hope Alan Dershowitz is wrong, but he sort of lived this world, the elite legal world, where if you say anything good about Donald Trump, you're shunned. But I do think, they reversed the Harvey Weinstein case, who has to be one of the most hated people in the history of America and New York. And by the time it gets to them, the political bang for the buck is gone, because at that point, either Joe Biden's been reelected and they're happy and it did its trick, or Donald Trump's elected, but there's no impact at all. So I think the political part of it might not be as big of a factor as it is at the trial level, and at least that's my hope. And most judges do take their role seriously, but Donald Trump's a different animal, and he brings out. He really brings out the worst in people. And, it's funny, you see Robert De Niro the other day, and that is reflective of the Democratic Party. There's just irrational ranting that, it just seems like crazy. But that's really where their party is with respect to Donald Trump.
All right. Great analysis, as always. Jonathan Fahey, appreciate you being with us here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Big day today, news-wise. Big day tomorrow. I'm going to be out at the Glock store. Now, this is their 4th annual open house. It is happening tomorrow at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'm going to be there along with Chris Hand and Matt Murphy. There is a lot going on. They've got a ton of giveaways, really low prices as well. If you have not done your shopping for Father's Day yet, well, guess what? They're going to have all kinds of specials so you can buy something for your dad for Father's Day. That's number one. Number two is that they've got so many specials that there's not enough time in the 60-second commercial to give you all of the details. So what I want you to do, it's not too late to sign up for that email alert, glockstore.com/OH24 as an open house 24, OH24, and you're going to get that email that's going to give you all of the details on all of the specials for the Glock store and their 4th annual open house. The Glock store's 4th annual open house, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, especially on June 1st. It is 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper is in for Ken Weaver this week, and Jay, was coming up.
Yes, Dan. So what was it like in the courtroom when former President Trump heard the verdict in his hush money trial? Well, ABC's Aaron Katersky was there. He'll fill us in. Some Democrats calling for jail time for the former president, and we'll hear what some everyday Americans think of the Trump verdict. That is all coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, coming up at 7:35, going to have in the next hour, Matthew Hurd is going to join us, talk about the political aspects of the 34 guilty verdicts against Donald Trump. So we've got that story for you and a whole lot more. I haven't even scratched the surface as to the audio that I want to play for you. But I guess one of the questions is, and we spoke a little bit about this with Jonathan Fahey, the opportunity for Joe Biden, the opportunity for CNN and MSNBC and all of these folks to hang those two words in front of the name of Donald Trump, convicted felon Donald Trump. Everything they do moving forward is going to be all about how Donald Trump is an air quoting convicted felon. So here's the thing. Coming up, we're going to talk about how that, I believe, will backfire on the Biden administration. It's also going to backfire, by the way, on CNN. And you new listeners that are just tuning in right now, I want you to think about what is actually happening, not in the life of Donald Trump, not in the life of Joe Biden, but I want to know what's going on in your life. That's what you need to think about. What is going on in your life? Because a lot of this other stuff, as you look ahead to November 5th, if you're wondering what in the world is going on in Washington, D.C., what is going on in New York City with all of this, lawfare and all these other things, you know what? What I would tell you is that that's all noise. What you really need to focus on is what is going on in your life and your kitchen table and your pocketbook and your country. That's what you need to think about. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 7:01, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got clouds, 61 degrees. Looks like the weekend's going to be wet. We'll have that weekend forecast as well as a traffic report in just a few minutes. Former President Trump, he's expected to address the media this morning outside of Trump Tower following his conviction last evening. ABC's Aaron Katursky, he was inside the courtroom as the verdict was read.
Judge Juan Merchan was preparing to dismiss the jury for the day. Then jurors signaled they had reached a verdict. Trump, who had been joking and laughing with defense attorney Todd Blanche, suddenly rigid, stone-faced, looking down as the jury read the verdict count by count. It took 2 minutes. Trump shut his eyes and shook his head, and he lashed out as he left court.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace.
Some Democrats say the former president should face jail time following his conviction. Trump's attorney vowing to appeal. If Trump loses his expected appeal, Judge Merchan will have broad discretion over the sentence. Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff, who was the lead prosecutor in Trump's first impeachment trial, says justice has finally caught up with Donald Trump.
It's an affirmation of the system. At the same time, not unexpectedly, you have Donald Trump outside the courthouse, once again calling it rigged, denigrating the justice system, tearing down another aspect of our democracy, or trying to.
What did some everyday Americans think of the Trump conviction?
I thought the whole trial was complete sham, you know? I mean, he went in there to a place that voted 88% Democrat, and then the judge literally instructed the jurors on, here's a bunch of things you can possibly find him guilty.
It'd be interesting to see if anything actually happens to him, but not surprised.
They don't accuse anybody else for the same thing, but they accuse him of the worst.
The judge scheduling the sentencing for July 11th. That's 4 days before the Republican National Convention. The Trump campaign saying the former president's conviction yesterday is firing up the Republican base. But can Trump maintain enough support among voters to win in November as his legal woes carry into the summer? Here's ABC News political director Rick Klein in D.C.
Now there's a lot of things being said and done that have to be cause for concern and at least vigilance. And this is going to be a long, hot summer where all of these events are converging. The fact that Donald Trump is now set to be sentenced just 4 days before the Republican National Convention. In some ways, Trump couldn't script it better for his core message. But for any other conventional politician, this would be an absolute disaster of timing. And I think all of these things add to this tinderbox of a political moment we're in.
Let's turn now to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. The stock futures ahead of the opening bell. The Dow down 37, S&P 500 futures down 8.5, and the NASDAQ futures down 55.25. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
7:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot of people are hopeful this morning, including me.
What's this going to do for Donald Trump's chances at the presidency now?
He's going to win. He's going to get more voters than ever. He's going to win.
Well, that's one guy in New York. Now 7882 on the Members Nutrition Super Text line. I'm laughing my tail off that your orange Jesus is finally busted. LMAO. I've got a message for 7882.
He's going to win. He's going to get more voters than ever. He's going to win.
At least that's what I can say on the radio. Anyway, there's a lot going on. Welcome on in to your Friday, May 31st. And there is obviously a lot to talk about. And these guilty verdicts of Donald Trump. I do want to talk about whether or not this really will impact the election. Now, a couple of things very quickly. They say, and this is the headline from the Daily Mail, will this actually impact the election? Now, this is what they say. Voters largely don't care about a Trump guilty verdict. Percentage of folks who said a guilty verdict would make no difference in their 2024 vote. 74% of independents say it doesn't make any difference. 65% of Democrats, 64% of Republicans, and 67% of registered voters. But you see, here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not just going to say...
He's going to win. He's going to get more voters than ever. He's going to win.
I don't know if that's true. What I do know is that if you've got 74% of independents who say it doesn't matter, well, then you've got 26% who perhaps say that it does. And in those states that are really important, those battleground states, you can't just run around and say...
He's going to win. He's going to get more voters than ever. He's going to win.
Now, I actually do believe that that is true. I do believe that this will have a galvanizing effect with the Donald Trump supporters. I do. However, when you look at those battleground states, because a lot of these polls, as you know, I don't really care much for polls. I give you, some polling. But to be honest with you, polling is just a snapshot. And so for the Democrats to be able to say Donald Trump, convicted felon, okay, that's all fine, well, and good. But I think that there's a lot of people who are now looking at this whole thing a lot more closely. And I'm going to tell you, friends, the closer that you look at this whole thing, the uglier that it is. The uglier that it is. I thought it was interesting. There was a conversation that took place, and this was on CNN. Scott Jennings is a guy who is a Republican, and yes, he's on CNN, and they were talking about whether or not this will impact the election. And so you had Scott Jennings, again, Republican. You also had Van Jones. Now, you know who Van Jones is. He is a progressive operative. But I would also say that Van Jones is somebody who's a free thinker. And he is a guy who is, I don't know if I would call him a blind partisan. He's clearly partisan, but he is also willing to take out his own side. So this is Scott Jennings, Republican, on CNN.
I was hearing from a lot of decidedly non-MAGA Republicans tonight that they are mortified by this. They can't believe the Democrats went through with it. They can't believe Trump was convicted. They think this should have never been brought in the first place. A lot of them are quite certain it's going to be thrown out on appeal. So, I was looking at statements from politicians. You had people like Susan Collins and Mitch McConnell even out defending Donald Trump tonight. So somehow this all had the effect of rallying every corner of the Republican Party around Donald Trump. So I suspect they are going to raise a massive amount of money. And just like we've seen with his other legal entanglements when he's been indicted before, I think you're going to see a boost of enthusiasm from Republicans for Trump here.
There is absolutely no doubt that there has been a boost for Republicans and there's been a boost for Donald Trump. All morning long, we've been talking about the amount of money that the former president has been able to raise after these guilty verdicts. One of the things that I suggested, you've got 34 guilty verdicts, so for each count, you donate $1. So maybe $34 needs to be, if that's what you can afford, maybe the $34 would be sort of, emblematic of how passionate you are. $1 for every count. If you can afford more than that, maybe you can afford $10, then it's $340 and on it goes. But Van Jones had this to say about whether or not, and again, remember, he is a Democrat operative.
There is this martyr effect that kicks in. And so I think what Joe Biden has to recognize is there will be a rallying effect that he's got to deal with. For the base, this is going to be, for the Democratic base, this is going to be a moment of some kind of vindication. But he's got to get that the money from the base now and then turn back to other issues. Just trying to make Donald Trump the issue is not working for Joe Biden. It hadn't worked for him so far. It's not going to work for him going forward.
Exactly. That's what I said right before I went to the news. All you new listeners who are tuning in right now, just like Van Jones, Democrat operative, when he said that Trump has to do whatever he's going to do, he's going to make a speech later on today, and then he has to turn back to the issues. That's what I told you before the news. How is your economy doing? How is your bank account? How is your job security? What do you think of the southern border? What do you think about the fact that we're involved in 2 wars? I mean, I could go on, but I think you get my point. You really want 4 more years? Nikki Haley was running around talking about, Donald Trump causes so much chaos. Really? Seems to me like it's Joe Biden causing the chaos in your life with the economy that you are dealing with right now. Oh, and there was more. They were talking about the political campaign of Larry Hogan. And Larry Hogan is a Republican, but he said something that for a lot of Republicans, I believe, is going to be a deal breaker. What Larry Hogan said to raise the ire of MAGA Republicans all across the country is straight ahead. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. Thank you very much. 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Your weather for today, partly cloudy and a high of 58. I should say a low of 58, a high of 84. Saturday, rain all day, a high of 75. And on Sunday, rain off and on, and a high of 79. So they were talking about the political campaign of Larry Hogan, and this is what Hogan said on Twitter.
Larry Hogan, who is, of course, a former governor of Maryland and a current Republican Senate candidate, released a statement urging Americans to respect the verdict and the legal process. And when he did so, one of Trump's senior advisors responded on X saying, "You just ended your campaign." Van, to you, this idea of one's campaign coming to an end, that's not Larry Hogan thought, but the advisor instead, that by asking people, imploring people to respect the system, that could be the nail in your political coffin. What does that tell you where we are right now?
Here's the thing. They ask us to, Larry Hogan asks us, and I'm sure that, Democrats and some of these other folks are going to say the same thing. They ask us to respect the process, but you can't respect the process because all that we've seen is clearly a process that was not followed. Judge Marchand didn't even respect the process. His jury directions were unconstitutional, saying the reasoning behind these guilty verdicts did not have to be unanimous. That is unconstitutional. Judge Marchand wouldn't allow the Trump legal team to have witnesses testify as to whether or not Trump actually broke any laws. And Marchand himself clearly didn't respect the process because he had a conflict of interest, because he donated to Biden's campaign and his daughter is a Democrat strategist. So my message to Larry Hogan would be, thank God I don't live in Maryland, but if I did, certainly I would not vote for Larry Hogan because he just doesn't get it. Asking Republicans to respect the process, are you kidding me? The judge himself didn't even respect the process. This is what Van Jones had to say.
By the way, if you think prosecutors got too much power and you think judges can sometimes go too far, welcome to my world. The black community have been saying this for years. And so now suddenly, because your guy's in trouble, the whole system, is garbage. We haven't given up on the system. I don't know why Republicans are.
So first thing I thought, when that came to mind, first thing I thought of, wait a minute, Van Jones, hold on. Donald Trump actually said that, and he got blasted. And Van Jones just said it. So it seems to me like the Democrats are a little hypocritical when it comes to that particular talking point.
Wait, Van, does that mean you think that Trump is right to try to say to black male voters that they should be endeared to him because of his own legal troubles?
No, I'm just saying, I don't know what Trump should do. I'm saying that for Republicans to be this outraged by one case they don't like and think the whole system is terrible when you have, literally hundreds and thousands of people going through the same system every day, and I don't hear Republicans sticking up for them, is just hypocritical.
Well, and here's the funny thing is Donald Trump actually worked with Van Jones on that exact issue. Van Jones came out and he said a lot of positive things about Donald Trump when they were working on the various laws that, Trump said, there's a lot of people in jail, Donald Trump said, that shouldn't be in jail. And he worked with Van Jones on just that. There's more.
Here's what Republicans are mad about. We're supposed to be a nation of laws, and people are supposed to be tried for breaking laws. And Republicans believe in this case, Donald Trump was tried for being Donald Trump, not for breaking a law. No one can really explain exactly what he was convicted for. The underlying campaign finance issue doesn't even exist. He's never been convicted or even indicted for the underlying campaign finance matter. So our own Fareed Zakaria, Laura, said on the air the other day, no other defendant not named Donald Trump would have been indicted for this, let alone convicted for it. So Republicans are feeling pretty raw about that particular issue tonight.
Yeah. All right. 720, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. In the 5 a.m. hour, I played the audio to this video that I've tweeted out at Dan Mandis Show. You can follow me. And this is Donald Trump, and it is basically a campaign fight video. And it was released after the verdicts came down. And so the video is of Donald Trump walking down this long hallway, and he's got that look on his face like he is absolutely ready to fight.
The final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Yeah, and basically the ending was fight to get America back with Donald Trump. And of course, it led to had a link on where to donate. And those donations, man, they just keep coming in. And so there's a lot of people right now that are saying that this was a big time miscalculation by the Democrats and by Joe Biden. I think it may have been for all of the reasons that I have just mentioned. Andrew McCarthy said this outside of the courtroom, and like many legal eagles, he really wasn't surprised with the 34 guilty verdicts.
The internal polling of the Democrats has to tell them, it would seem to me, that being able to call Trump a convicted felon in the run-up to the election is worth X number of points in the battleground states. So even if it fires up his base, and it should, this is going to change American prosecution and the American justice system for the worse, because the flag of politicized prosecution has been planted here in a way that it's never been planted before. But as it plays politically, I think the question is, how much is it worth to have that talking point for them in the run-up to the election?
Yeah, and like Megyn Kelly said, and I'll try to get to some of that audio, Megyn Kelly basically said the same thing, which is the Democrats have absolutely opened up a Pandora's box. And so, as we always like to say in radio and on Super Talk 99.7, stay tuned. It is 7:22. Matthew Hurt is going to be joining us at 7:35, going to give us some political analysis and where he thinks this whole thing is going to go. A lot of Super Talk straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Everyone's house is different, but they're all the same in one way. We've all got those places where the Wi-Fi just won't go. It won't reach. Now, for you, maybe it's the attic. For others, maybe it's the basement. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you could worry less about these dead spots. Finally, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you're going to get fast speeds throughout your home, a reliable connection in every room, and power for all your devices, even when everyone is online. That's what's happening in my house. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only from Xfinity, and right now, new customers learn how you can save $1,000 over T-Mobile in your first year with Connect Internet and Xfinity Mobile. Switch today. Call 1-800-XFINITY, Xfinity.com, or stop into a store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Compares promotional pricing for Xfinity Connect Internet and 2 Unlimited Plus mobile lines versus T-Mobile Home Internet and 2 Magenta Plan lines, equipment not included. After promo, regular rates apply. 724. On Nashville's Morning News, and Jay Harper's in for Ken Weaver. Jay, what's coming up?
Yes, Dan. Michael Cohen, the prosecution's star witness in the Trump hush money trial, was on Good Morning America this morning. We'll have some of what he said. And in light of the former president's conviction, what will he now face on the campaign trail? We'll have those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, if you have found the perfect house, but that means you've got to get out of your old house quickly, Mark Spain Real Estate can help you move when you want to move. Now, opening up your home to showings means that strangers can open anything in your home. You don't have to worry about all of that with Mark Spain Real Estate and their guaranteed offer. You can skip the cleaning and organizing necessary to sell your home. You can say goodbye to all of that stress that comes with a traditional home sale. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive an all-cash offer and close within days. As we like to say, it is stress-free. Call them, spring into action, and sell your home with confidence. 855-299-SOLD. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Good morning. It is 7:30. I'm Jay Harper. Well, I've got your top stories, and we'll also get to a forecast for you. It looks like it's going to be a wet weekend. Currently, we're looking at clouds and 61 degrees. We'll have some traffic for you, too. The day after former President Trump was convicted of dozens of felony counts, his former fixer and lawyer and the prosecution's star witness, Michael Cohen. He was on ABC's Good Morning America this morning, and he was asked if there was any single moment on the stand that stood out to him.
I really didn't have a single moment that was tougher than the 21 hours that they had me on the stand, whether it was on direct or on cross-examination. The whole thing was very tough. It's emotionally draining because you have to be perfect.
Former President Trump in New York last night as the nation comes to terms with the conviction. He's the first president in American history convicted of a crime. Soon he'll be hitting the campaign trail for an election unlike any other. But can history help guide us through what will be a contentious few months ahead? Here's ABC's Rhiannon Ally.
Former President Trump's guilty verdict playing out at a time when Americans are already deeply divided. Presidential historian Mark Updegrove calls it a sobering moment for America, comparing the divisiveness to what we saw during Watergate.
But the big difference was that Richard Nixon resigned because the leaders of his party came to see him, and they urged Nixon to resign the presidency for the good of the country.
Updegrove expects the verdict to further divide the country, no matter whether Trump is sentenced to probation or prison.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 732, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in one of these never-ending storms that we seem to have here in Middle Tennessee, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you need to ask, and I've been telling you this for a long time. Some insurance companies, you got to realize they're not going to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. So that means that the insurance company is depreciating how much they pay for your roof claim, and that's going to leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. So think about it. How old is your roof? If you've got like a 10-year-old roof and then it's destroyed in a storm, you're not going to get as much money as opposed to if you had a newer roof. Well, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they are going to pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes my friends at King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review. tkinginsurance.com.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
I'm going to give it away. We're going to do TikTok today.
Oh, TikTok or talk? Okay.
TALK.
Spring is here. Today we're going to talk about ticks. Bugs are coming out. Unfortunately, ticks are coming out. People are going to be out in the woods. First, the types of ticks.
American dog tick, the black-legged deer tick, the Lone Star tick. We've got a Gulf Coast tick. Got a new one coming in, the longhorn tick. These are the ones we need to watch out for. 75% of vector-transmitted diseases now are from ticks. Rocky Mountain spotted fever, rickelosis, tularemia, Lyme disease, almost flu-like, going to run a fever. You may or may not get a rash in the saliva. They secrete the cement to glue themselves in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great.
So you need to get some tweezers, get down on that capitulum and grab it and pull the tick off. Do not grab the body. A lot of people think ticks drop out of trees. They don't drop out of trees. And they can't jump. And they can't fly.
So they're in the leaves, on the plants and things.
On the grass,
on the
leaves of the grass. And they do this number with their front legs. And that's called questing. They are sensing a prey item coming by. They'll take those legs and latch on and then crawl up.
And then there you go. You're battling it.
7:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Friday, May 31st. Appreciate you being here. My name is Dan Mandis, along with Jay Harper. Jeff Malinoff is in for Johnny B. Johnny's here. We're training young Jeff. Want to get to Matthew Hurt, our grassroots political analyst here on Nashville's Morning News. And Matthew, always great to have you on. So let's talk a little bit about your feelings about the verdict. I mean, I don't think that it was a surprise to you. It wasn't a surprise to me.
You know, Attorney General of Virginia, Jason Miyares, issued a statement yesterday. Basically, the FEC would not have gone forward for did not go forward with this. The U.S. Attorney's Office did not go forward with this. This is a prosecutor in New York who is politically motivated, who ran on prosecuting Donald Trump, and who created this process as a show trial to put Donald Trump on trial. Van Jones even said it on television. You know, nobody else would have been prosecuted under this. This guy's name is Donald Trump, and that's why they did it. And I think that has really fired up grassroots Republicans who are now seeing a two-tiered criminal justice system, and one of those tiers is being weaponized against their presumptive nominee for the Republican presidential campaign.
Matthew, let me ask you, because I was talking to myself earlier trying to figure out some of this polling, where, you know, you have, and I don't have it in front of me now, but they showed, you know, where it was like 74% of independents don't care about this and whatever. But, you know, my question is, okay, so if 74% of independents, it will not impact their vote, but that means that it could impact the vote of 26% of independents. And if those independents are in certain counties in battleground states, that could be an issue. Because this perhaps is going to be a really close race. We don't really know, obviously, but is there in your mind the possibility that this could hurt Donald Trump if truly the former president does lose even a small modicum of support?
There is a segment of the American population who feels like they haven't gotten a fair shake. We sometimes call this the forgotten man. These are blue-collar, hard-working men and women. They appear in places like rural Tennessee, in central Pennsylvania, in places like Michigan. And your assessment is right. Of the independents who do actually care about this, some of them believe that they haven't gotten a fair shake, that the American dream is just out of reach for them because of something, you know, the way the system is created. And that could break in Donald Trump's favor. I think for the 74%, you know, there's a segment of Democrats who always believed he was guilty of something. There's a segment of Republicans who don't care whether he's guilty or not. But this will play out to the thousands of voters in these critical counties in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania and Georgia and other places where it could make an impact headed into November.
Let me ask you, Matthew Hurt, joining us, our grassroots political analyst on Super Talk 99.7. So when do you think we'll find some actual, if there is such a thing, some actual accurate polling on the specific situation that we find ourselves in today in those battleground states, where they'll go out and they'll ask people, okay, so this is what's going on. What do you think about this? Fulton County. Or how do you feel about this in Detroit, Michigan?
One poll doesn't tell you much, but a series of polls illustrates a trend. And as we head toward July 11th, which is when the court is going to make its decision, and it's about a week before the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, that's when more people are going to begin to tune in. So as the media coverage ramps up in late June, later next month and early into July, we may see some numbers, but many Americans aren't, again, they're not yet tuned in, and most Americans don't pay attention to the presidential contest until after August. And so what we're seeing now is the numbers aren't really going to budge that much, but as the sort of crescendo of what the court is going to decide to do in July, that will be the first point where we can start to make an educated guess at where voters might fall on this. And then that becomes the new narrative, depending upon what the court decides. Is it probation? Is it jail time, which I think is a radical departure from what the court would likely do? We'll see Americans start to form a more coherent opinion on this, and that'll play out in the polling.
You know what I wonder, Matthew, is there's a lot of things about this trial. I mean, we've been documenting this for months now, but there's a lot of things in this trial that are just complete BS. Part of what I wonder is those people that you were talking about that they don't actually pay close attention until after August, the people that are just now sort of, wait, what happened? As they look at this case, and hopefully they look at some of the details of this case, including the unconstitutional nature of this judge's jury instructions, it's my hope that the people will realize, well, this is a bunch of BS. And so the longer the time goes on and the people learn more about what happened in this case, the more it will favor Donald Trump. Could this whole thing have backfired on Joe Biden?
It may very well backfire. I look at it from this perspective, and I'll be honest with you, Dan, I didn't follow much of the trial at all. And I think there are so many variables in this that the average American, the person who's working 40 plus hours a week, who's getting their kids to band practice and soccer practice, who's going to church on Sunday or Wednesday nights or both, they don't have a lot of time to deal with the hundreds and hundreds of variables that came out of this court case. And so some people may just say, there's too much here, and I don't really care about any of it, and it's not going to play either into my decision, or there's so much here and something seems fishy and I'm going to side with Donald Trump anyway because it seems complicated. And to me, who's just trying to make ends meet and provide for my family, this seems like a burden for anyone, and they may casually side with President Trump on this.
Thank you very much, Matthew Hurt. Coming up next, we're going to talk about, so what are the issues that the American people really care about? So hold right there. It is coming up on 7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Jack. Partly cloudy on Friday today, a high of 84. Saturday, rain all day and a high of 75. On Sunday, rain off and on and a high of 79. 63 degrees now at WTN. And Matthew Hurt, grassroots political analyst, is joining us on WTN. I thought that the guy really that had the best statement, at least for me, was this statement by Andrew McCarthy. And he's, of course, one of my favorites. And this is what he said regarding all of this.
The internal polling of the Democrats has to tell them, it would seem to me, that being able to call Trump a convicted felon in the run-up to the election is worth X number of points in the battleground states. So even if it fires up his base, and it should, this is going to change American prosecution and the American justice system for the worse, because the flag of politicized prosecution has been planted here in a way that it's never been planted before. But as it plays politically, I think the question is, how much is it worth to have that talking point for them in the run-up to the election?
So it is all about Donald Trump. I was talking earlier. CNN actually had convicted felon Donald Trump to speak at 11 o'clock or whatever it was. So clearly, you're going to have these anti-Trump media outlets just playing this up big time. So my question is, number one, are they overplaying the two words convicted felon? That's number one. And number two, the economy is still, inflation is still bad. You've got prices that are still high. Gas prices, of course, heading into summer, starting to go up as well. So I just think that the Biden administration and the Democrats are overplaying convicted felon Donald Trump.
Well, to your first question, I think Donald Trump is very likely to lean into that.
Yep.
You know, you've already seen some of the imagery from the Trump campaign and supporters showing sort of leaning into that terminology and that theme. And I think that is a theme that pits Donald Trump, again, against the swamp, against the political establishment, against the stacked deck that exists in Washington and in the courtroom in New York. And so there will be a bit of wrangling on the messaging. Are Democrats going to be fired up about that? Certainly. But are Republicans and grassroots conservatives also going to be fired up about it? Yes. But to the average voter, what do they care about? They care about the cost of the grocery bill every week, or the cost of the energy bill, and where they're going to be able to get their energy. Are we going to still have access to an all-of-the-above energy policy that makes it affordable for families to keep the lights on and to go to the grocery store and to be able to drive without having to charge your car everywhere? And so I think those are the bread and butter issues, that and then immigration, and then sort of foreign policy. Is America still the shining city on the hill, the beacon of freedom, but also that purveyor of truth beyond our borders that keeps the global order, that keeps world peace to a certain extent? And under Donald Trump, we did not engage in foreign entanglements to the extent that we see here in Ukraine and everything that's going on. And so I think that is the assessment that Americans will begin to consider as they head into the general election.
Matthew, let me ask you a final question. You've got a lot of folks, including Megyn Kelly, who I'll play the audio next hour, but she said, and you actually just heard Andrew McCarthy say the same thing, which is, the Democrats have now opened up a Pandora's box. So this is a line that cannot be uncrossed. Lawfare, and that's turned into warfare, and political parties going after presidential candidates. I'm thinking Bill Clinton and Whitewater. I'm thinking Bill Clinton with Paula Jones. I'm thinking a lot more focus on Joe Biden. There's a lot of things that the Republicans can do if they want to take off the gloves, fight, bare knuckle. If they want to do what the Democrats have done, they can. I mean, do you see Washington, D.C. and politics as changed forever because of this?
Mitt Romney said it very well a couple of weeks ago. Joe Biden could have pressured the prosecutor to step back from this. He could have said, cooler heads should prevail, and he did not. And that has, and very likely will, open this Pandora's box. And we will be in a situation in Washington where whichever party is in power, they will use the levers to engage in this kind of activity. And it is an unfortunate step in this direction where, as I've said sometimes, government is now the punishment that the winners in the last election deal out to the losers. And this is just another tool that, unfortunately, Joe Biden and the Democrats have provided to anybody who gets power in the next election.
Well, it's funny, too, because you said that, Joe Biden could have told them to ease up on the situation. Joe Biden actually provided through the DOJ, the prosecutor. So, I mean, no matter how close you look at this, there's like 15 different talking points here for the Republicans to grab onto. And all of them are legit. So we'll continue to cover this for folks all day long here at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Matthew Hurt, always appreciate your spot-on analysis. How can folks find you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MattheWhurtt.
All right. We'll probably talk to you next week. Have a great weekend. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I got a question for the Super Text line, the Members Nutrition Super Text line. Do you want the Republicans to fight fire with fire? You know, we just talked about what Megyn Kelly said. I'll play the audio bite in the 8 o'clock hour. Megyn Kelly is basically saying that the Republicans have to do what the Democrats are doing. So my question to you, there's two ways of thinking. No. Democrats are going to do what they're going to do, but we can't lower ourselves to what the Democrats are doing. All right, so that's one way to think about it. The other way to think about it is tit for tat. You got to fight fire with fire. So if that's what the Democrats are going to do, then Republicans have to do the same thing. We just have to do it better. So on the Super Text line, that's what I want to know. Do you want the Republicans to stoop to the Democrats' level? I hate to say it, friends, but we may not have a choice. But I want to know what you think. 615-737-9986. It is 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Copper Creek. Now, let me tell you something. These folks are great. They are electricians. If I know anything about fixing up my house over the last couple of years, it is that good companies are really hard to find, which is why I'm so glad I can tell you about one of the great companies, Copper Creek Electric. Now, they've been electrifying Middle Tennessee since 2008, and whatever you need done, they can do it. Now, one of the things that I like about Copper Creek is, because my experience with the electricians was they just won't call you back. I mean, that's part of the problem. I don't know if it's that they're too busy or what, but I mean, there's several electricians that I called and have called over the years, and it's just hard to get them to call you back. Copper Creek Electric will. And again, they've been electrifying Middle Tennessee since 2008. You don't get to stay around that long unless you're doing a lot of stuff right, and Copper Creek is. Now, they can do residential remodels. They can do new construction. Copper Electric does any job that you need for your home, for your business. They can do it, and they do it right the first time. Their technicians have to pass drug tests and background checks, and they can do all kinds of things for you. In other words, you can trust them with your wallet and your home and your business. So check them out today, Copper Creek Electric. That phone number, 615-476-8697. 615-476-8697. You can find them online. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. CopperCreekElectric.biz. That's CopperCreekElectric.biz. 7:53, Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. What's coming up?
Yes, Dan, Donald Trump expected at a press conference this morning following his conviction in that hush money trial. We'll also hear more from the prosecution's star witness in that trial. And in other news, an ambush of Minneapolis police officers leaves one of them dead. We'll have those stories and more at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got clouds and 64 degrees. Looks like we may have some storms this weekend. We'll have a complete forecast and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Former President Trump is expected to address the media this morning outside of Trump Tower following his historic conviction. ABC's John Einiger, he's outside Trump Tower with more.
The sentencing guidelines could theoretically have someone convicted of these crimes in prison for up to 4 years, but no one expects Trump to spend any time in jail over this. That sentencing, of course, is next month. In just a few hours, his campaign is holding an event here at Trump Tower where he will have what they're calling a press conference, where he will no doubt lambaste the judge, the jury, the district attorney as he vows to appeal.
He was the star witness for the prosecution in the New York City criminal trial of President Trump. And the day after Trump was found guilty, Michael Cohen, speaking exclusively with ABC's Good Morning America. He was asked if he had any kind of interaction or moment with the former president during his testimony.
Only once. The rest of the time, he had his eyes closed. He was slumped back, not sure whether he was sleeping or just resting his eyes, as he would say. But there was very limited interaction.
In other news, Minneapolis police officers were ambushed answering a shooting call, and one dies in the line of duty. ABC's Jim Ryan says the suspected gunman also died in the incident.
In his year and a half on the Minneapolis police force, Jamal Mitchell had already distinguished himself, rescuing a couple last year from a house fire. On Thursday, says Mayor Jacob Fry.
This officer gave the ultimate sacrifice to protect and save the lives of others.
A second officer and a firefighter also were hurt in the shooting. The suspect and a second man were later found dead in the house where gunshots prompted the initial police response.
Back here in Middle Tennessee, a man remains hospitalized after a shooting last night in Hermitage. Police say that they were notified by medical personnel at TriStar Summit Medical Center after a man arrived suffering from gunshot wounds at around 11:30 last night. Police learned the man was shot as he was leaving a motel on Stewart's Ferry Pike in a U-Haul with another person in the passenger seat. Reportedly, the U-Haul was turning onto Stewart's Ferry Pike from Bell Road when someone from another vehicle started shooting at them and struck the passenger. The driver continued on to TriStar to get help. The victim's injuries are considered serious, but not considered life-threatening. Market numbers. The report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow futures up 65. The S&P 500 up 17. And the NASDAQ futures up 54. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather. They are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? What a show, man. This has been really exciting talking about all of this. I'd asked in the previous segment, do you want the Republicans to fight fire with fire? You want the Republicans to go after the Democrats and, maybe figure out, all right, so let's talk about Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky or Paula Jones. Let's go to the Clintons and talk about, Whitewater from many years ago. Let's go to the Clintons and figure out where all that millions of dollars from Haiti went. Let's really look at Joe Biden and find a judge. Because I'm sure that there's a judge out there somewhere that would take a look at all of that and you could drum up some sort of BS bogus charges like they did with Donald Trump. Or do you want the Republicans to take the high road? The Democrats don't know. The Democrats couldn't find the high road with a GPS or map. They simply couldn't. So I asked you the question, would you rather see the Republicans take the high road or get down in the mud with the Democrats? And so most of you, I'm just going to say, agree with me that it's time to take the gloves off. And it's time for the Republicans to fight fire with fire. Now, Lenny McGill is here, founder and CEO of one of my favorite places, the Glock store. Lenny, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
What do you think about all of this? It is insane.
Well, it's a mess that they have really perverted the justice system to pick on Donald Trump. And that's really what they're doing. They're picking on one individual. This is unprecedented and really a sad case of what's going to happen in the future. If you really think about, this can happen to anybody. Hey, we don't like the way you think. We don't like the way you talk. We don't like the way you vote. We're going to find a crime. Everybody has a crime somewhere.
Well, there's a saying, and I've said it a lot here, but there's a saying which is, find us the man, we'll find the crime.
Yeah, that was from Nazi Germany, I think.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So that's the problem that the Republicans have, is that the Democrats now know how to do this. They've got the boilerplate. And so now, whether it is Donald Trump right now, whether it's Ron DeSantis next time, whether it's Nikki Haley, they'll be able to find something because this is what they're now doing.
Well, what I find was pretty nauseous is that this Cohen guy, who you had on earlier, now he's a celebrity.
Yeah, Michael Cohen, sure.
Yeah, and, he's a scumbag. He admitted stealing money from the Trump organization. I mean, is that a crime?
See, and that's the thing, is that, yeah, he admitted embezzling. So here's the thing, is that clearly when you look at the jury and then you look at all of the facts that the jury saw and the fact that Michael Cohen is such an incredible liar, not to mention you've got a porn star as the other star witness, it boggles the mind that a jury could come up with the verdict that they did. But then again, we're not New Yorkers in a city that hates Donald Trump, but still.
And I don't know why they hate Donald Trump. I mean, he has been a blessing to that city in many ways. If you look
Isn't that weird? I'm glad you brought that up, because what did Donald Trump do to the city of New York other than provide thousands of people with jobs?
He was successful and brash about it, which, hey, that's America.
That's New York.
Yeah.
That's America, but that's especially New York. I lived there for, I don't know, about a year.
Yeah.
And
so he's a successful guy, and people are jealous, and they kind of get pissy with him, and I just think it's it's jealousy.
He's also Republican.
Yeah, that too.
So and he left New York. He was like, screw this, I'm changing my residence to Florida.
Right.
And I think that got some people upset as well out there in New York.
But at the end of the day, he's been nothing but a blessing to the New York state, the New York City. He revived New York City. New York City was a mess when he was really starting to do his development. And people always, look for ways to say that he wasn't this and he wasn't that. But at the end of the day, he did what he did do, and he did a lot of great things.
Well, and look at Rudy Giuliani. I mean, Giuliani saved that city. That city was a crap hole. Then Giuliani comes in and he takes on the crime, he takes on the mob and all that other stuff, and he did a great job for New York, and now he's
a Republican too.
He's a Republican too. And
which is crazy, because now you think about, anybody who has a good heart and good intentions is going to think twice maybe.
You're absolutely right. You're right. In these times of peril,
right?
Let me ask you this, because, and this is why I wanted to have you on. When we see a government that is clearly out of control, and it's one party, but the Republicans may come back and do the same thing. Gun sales, they go up, don't they? People start to really lose faith in, I don't know if people lose faith in our country, but they certainly lose faith in our government.
Well, what's interesting about the Second Amendment is that the right to keep and bear arms was not about hunting, was not about foreign governments. It was really about protecting the citizenry from its own government and being able to keep the government in check. So people don't really understand the concept of the Second Amendment. Like I said, it wasn't about hunting. It wasn't about, having an army for the foreign wars. It was really about keeping our own government in check, because the Founding Fathers were smart enough to realize that governments, no matter who they are run by people, and people are flawed. And at some point, power becomes corrupting. Everybody wants to have power. And it's not about doing the right thing. It's just about more power. And so this is what the Democrats are demonstrating right now.
Well, and the crazy thing is, and I'm assuming that gun sales are up. I know enough about, the storyline of America right now, government out of control, crime is everywhere. I'm assuming the gun sales are up.
Absolutely, yes.
How's ammo? How's ammo doing? Do you have enough ammo?
We have ammo, and that's interesting. But, what's really interesting is that we're seeing a lot of new people who've never had guns before come in, and they not only want to buy the gun, but they want to train at our place here at the Shoot 270 range.
Well, and here's the thing. You have the Democrats and, George Soros, paid for DAs, soft on crime and all that. And so they want, in fact, they just had a big thing in Boston where the mayor there came out, and there's a whole list of crimes that she just said we're no longer going to enforce these laws. And people in Boston are really angry. But, you have these cities and these communities that are overrun with crime. The lawmakers and the mayors and the city legislators, they don't care about the crimes that all these folks are committing, yet they'll come after people for their guns.
Well, that's interesting. We have to ask ourselves, what's really the purpose there? No one in their right mind would think that these criminals should be free or not be prosecuted. And so is it a grand scheme of things? Is this Soros guy that evil? Is he Dr. Evil in a sense that he's pulling these strings because he wants to sow chaos so that then he can come in and maybe collapse the government or collapse the country? Is he got a money play on the backside of this thing? Because that's how he made his money in these other countries.
Yes.
So you wonder what's...
All of the above, yes.
Yeah, so this guy is, really, why are we even letting his money come into this country? Why are we not prosecuting him?
And the problem, that's a great point. And the problem that we have in this country and in our communities is that we have all of these guys committing these crimes, and they're back out on the streets in no time. And we always see these stories about people who are just, walking down the street, and it happens in Nashville all the time, and they get attacked.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind is that it's really a small segment of the population who are criminals.
That's very true.
And so that 10% or that 5%, they just keep getting recycled in and out. And so they're the ones who commit the crime. If we punish those people and actually, did something to them to the effect that they're not available to commit more crimes, other people would not join that group. Mm-hmm. So as people see that there's no repercussions to my bad actions, more people will do bad actions.
Lenny McGill from the Glock store is joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You mentioned the training earlier, so I do want to talk about the training. I do want to talk about the fourth annual open house, which is happening tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm very excited, and I've been kind of talking about it for Father's Day, just so you know. So if you've got a 2A loving, dad or brother or husband or whatever, what better place, Lenny, than the Glock store to pick something up? It is 8:15 on WTN. Time to check the roads. Thank you, Jack, very much. Friday, today, partly cloudy and a high of 84. Rain on Saturday and Sunday, high on Saturday, 75, Sunday, high of 79. But, Lenny McGill with the Glock store, the rain doesn't matter with the open house because you guys, the facility of the Glock store, man, you walk in and this place is just massive.
It is big.
Oh.
It is big. It's a 75,000 square foot building. We do our manufacturing there. We have our warehousing there, but we've got a huge retail showroom as well as some very large training rooms or shooting rooms. So it's really fun. I know you trained out there, and you really got pretty good.
I did. I trained out there, and I loved it. And the thing that I really liked about the Glock store, real quick to talk about the training, is that I learned more than ever to respect the firearm. And I tell that story all the time about how I never really shot much before I came into the Glock store. And then you guys taught me how to load, how to unload, and all of those things. And the power that comes with knowing how to use a firearm, knowing how deadly they are, and the right time to use them is invaluable. And so for me, I thought the training there was outstanding, and I bet that in these times, you do have a lot of people, as you said earlier, a lot of newbies coming in for the training.
They do, and our goal is, of course, being safe.
Yep.
Learning how to operate, and then learning how to shoot.
Yes.
So operation is really the functionality of the gun, being able to, like you said, load, unload, and be safe with it, and then learning the basics of shooting, and then taking it to the next level. And that's what we can do in our Shoot 270 rooms. The Shoot 270 rooms are different. They're not lanes. They're combat rooms where you shoot with a one-on-one instructor. It's kind of like a Pilates studio versus a family fitness center.
Yes.
Someone's training you, and we can take you really, from point A to point B in a relatively quick amount of time. It's shooting is relatively easy compared to like golf and other things.
Right.
Once you learn it, you got it. Now it's important to maintain your skill over time, but at the onset, you can go really from a newbie to an intermediate shooter within 3 or 4 hours sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when I think it was the last one or the last couple of times that I trained, you had a female trainer. I forget her name, but man, she put me through the paces. I am running around and just doing all of that training, that very physical training.
Well, yeah, the goal is you don't want to train in a lane environment because that's not what's going to happen.
That is not real life.
Yeah, and so we developed this Shoot 270 concept just for that. It's really a self-defense facility that we train for self-defense, concealed carry, home defense, and target shooting and competition shooting.
The thing I really liked, and then we're going to talk about the open house, but the thing that I really liked was when you did some training and you've got, like, for example, they have the little silhouettes and their people, and when you're going to peer around that corner, is that a bad guy or is that a mom and a kid?
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So when you talk about being cautious and learning when the right time to fire, make sure you know what you're firing at if you're in one of those situations.
Right. We can set up all kinds of scenarios, and that's one of the neat things about our facilities. We can turn the lights off. We can do lights and lasers. We can do corners. We can do rooms. We can do hallways. It's really a dynamic situation, and we take it based upon your skill level. Whoever the person comes in, where are you at, where you want to go. If you're brand new, we're going to start with the basics. If you're an intermediate shooter, hey, we're going to ramp you up into some really fun stuff.
I kind of figured that your trainers were laughing at me behind my back because I was so lame when I came in.
Well, but it's interesting. You got really good pretty quickly.
Yeah,
and that's the key. Is anybody, anybody with any moderate athletic skill can get to be good pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's a determination. How determined are you to get good? And it does take practice, and it does take a certain amount of skill and athleticism. But the thing is, how important is it to be able to defend yourself? Now, let's talk about the 4th annual open house real quickly, because one of the things that we've been doing is we've been telling folks to subscribe to the email, glockstore.com/OH24, as in Open House 24, because of all of those specials that you got going on. And so my question would be, talk about the specials, talk about the giveaways, and talk about why folks should show up.
Okay, well, first of all, it is tomorrow, Saturday, at 10 a.m. At the Glock store, 1930 Air Lane Drive. We're about 2 miles from the airport. We have all the Glock handguns on sale for this one day. So I can't even tell you the prices because Glock has a MAP pricing concept going on. But we are selling them below the normal price. We have specials on all the manufactured parts that we do right here in Nashville. We do manufacture performance parts for Glock handguns. They're all going to be on sale. We are giving away a whole bunch of neat stuff from like Surefire and Streamlight and Holosun and Vortex and all kinds of high-end optics and sights and fun toys for your Glock. And we're giving away, we're raffling off a $2,000 Glock.
Yeah.
So that's kind of fun. And, one of the other great things is that you guys are going to be there. The whole 99.7 crew is going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be fun.
Me, Matt, Chris Hand as well. We're all going to be there 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Other people are going to be there, by the way, too.
Mm-hmm.
We got Congressman Mark Green, I believe you said he's going to be there.
Right.
And Andy Ogles is going to be there.
Right.
Congressman as well. And Jack Johnson, you said the
correct.
State Senator Jack Johnson, Majority Leader, is going to be there as well.
And John Rose.
And Congressman John Rose.
Yeah, so it's a good crowd. And it's if you want to talk to your congressman, or you want to talk to some politicians, it's a good time to get in front of them. If you got some kind of thing that you want to push through, hey, it's a good time to get in front of them.
All right. Anything else that folks need to know? It's, again, tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., rain or shine.
Right. Well, no matter what, we're going to be inside. But the one thing we do want to let people know is we do have some shooting contests. We're going to have a speed competition and a low light competition. You don't have to bring your guns because we have guns for you. You can enter that, and the people who win, well, there's a first, second, and third prize. It's really a lot of fun.
You guys do, one of the things and then I promise, I know I've got to go to a break. One of the things I love that you guys do is the personalization of the guns.
Yes. Yeah.
And one of the best ones I saw was the one I think is like the Tennessee flag.
Yes. Yeah. We have a Trump gun, too.
Do we have a Trump gun?
We do have a Trump gun.
We'll definitely be posing with that tomorrow.
Come up and check it out.
All right.
We look forward to seeing everybody.
Glockstore.com/OH24 for those specials. If you want to find out more about the open house, it is Glockstore.com. 822, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you, Jack. 826, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Well, heading into summer, DT McCall's, they have everything you need to enjoy the coming months. Now, maybe you need some outdoor furniture. Maybe you need lawn equipment. DT McCall's is the place you need to go for whatever you need to get ready for the hotter weather ahead. Lawn mowers, it's going to be raining all weekend long. You know what that means. It's going to mean that the grass is going to grow. If you need a new lawn mower, DT McCall's is the place to go. Again, you need some patio furniture and a whole lot more. Stop on by one of DT McCall's 5 locations. You can also find them online. Now, when I needed an oven, the first thing I did was I went to dtmccalls.com. They had exactly what we needed, exactly what we wanted in the color that we wanted it. And they delivered it for free, and they hauled away the old one. Now, what about kitchen appliances for you? Maybe a washer and a dryer set. Any type of home furnishing, DT McCall's has great value and outstanding customer service. So many ways to save. All you need to do is go to one place. My place, DT McCall's. Carthage, Franklin, Cookeville, Lafayette, and Lebanon. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. Overwhelmingly, the people on the Super Text line, the Members Nutrition Super Text line said, yes, we have to fight fire with fire. Now, if you're just tuning in, the question that I asked is, and this is what a lot of Republicans are saying right now, is that we need to fight fire with fire. And the Democrats have now really opened up Pandora's box of politics, because if they did this to Donald Trump, you know, the 34 counts of guilty, well, then the Republicans can do the same damn thing. The question is, do you want the Republicans to get down into the mud with the Democrats? And some folks are saying, no, we've got to be better than that. We've got to take the high road. As I said, the Democrats wouldn't know the high road if they had GPS and a map. But here's the thing. You can either be right or you can win elections and you can have power. And for me, it just seems like if the Republican Party as a party, if we don't take off the kid gloves, if we don't start fighting fire with fire, then we can be all high and mighty up on that high road. But you know where we're not going to be? In the White House. So we need to do what we need to do, and we need to do it better. That is just my 2 cents. 829 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. But I'll continue to take your thoughts as well. Members Nutrition Super Text line 615-737-9986. You know, I'm in the middle of a great backyard makeover these days, and I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard. And Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you if you've been thinking about it too. Now, what you need to do is think about what you would want in your perfect backyard, and then check them out online. It's moonvalleynurseries.com/get growing. Now, when you do this, when you update and upgrade your backyard, what you're really doing is you're adding a ton of livable space to your home, and not to mention increasing the value of your home. Now, if you're not quite sure what you want to do, but you know that you need to do something, what you can do is get a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. You can prepare for any backyard event, big or small as well. So find them online, moonvalleynurseries.com/get growing. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. moonvalleynurseries.com/get growing.
Good morning. It is 8:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got clouds and 64 degrees, and there are some possible storms headed for us this weekend. We'll have a complete forecast and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Former President Trump, he's expected to speak outside Trump Tower in New York this morning at 10 a.m. our time. That, of course, following his conviction yesterday. The White House and Biden campaign now responding to the first conviction of a former president. ABC's Mary Bruce reports.
The campaign in a somber, somewhat muted statement saying today's verdict does not change the fact that there is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, saying it is at the ballot box. Adding convicted felon or not, Trump will be the Republican nominee for president.
Turning now to the market numbers report. Here's the latest money news from Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Falling tech shares dragged down the broader market Thursday, with the Nasdaq Composite sliding more than 1%, the S&P giving up 0.6%. The Dow Jones, which was over 40,000 just 2 weeks ago, dropped another 330 points to finish the day at 38,111. On the other end, Costco beat revenue expectations, with shoppers hitting the warehouse club looking for deals. Some of the biggest sellers were in the health and beauty, grocery, and toy aisles at Costco. At the intersection of tech, politics, and justice, shares in Trump media fell by as much as 15% in extended trading. The owner of 65% of the social media company, former President Donald Trump, was convicted Thursday of falsifying business records in his criminal hush money trial. Stellantis has fired the latest salvo in the EV war. The all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S will start at $72,000 when it hits showroom floors this fall.
This morning's market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online at beaconcm.com. The Dow Index up 30, the S&P 500 Index up 9, and the NASDAQ Index up 33. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News. Paul Winkler. Listen, who do you trust when it comes to your money? Now, I turned to Paul Winkler years ago. Dan Mandis here, and a lot of these other financial folks, they say different things, but those same people all have something to sell. So, of course, they're pitching their own products. Now, if you worked for a car company, you would say that your car is the best, right? Well, it's the same thing with banks and insurance agents who sell investment products. Paul Winkler, simply put, is looking out for your best interest. He's not going to try and sell you something. He's actually going to teach you how to relax about money. So I'm going to tell you to call him, 615-851-1950. Get that free consultation, 615-851-1950. Paul has 10 offices across Middle Tennessee, one great website full of videos and articles about how you can relax about money. Find him online. It's paulwinkler.com, 615-851-1950. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, californiaclosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, californiaclosets.com. 8:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of uno, dos, that's 5. So we got 5 amigos here.
Cinco.
Cinco de... It's going well.
Cinco de Dano.
He said Cinco de Dano, sure. Matt Murphy's here. Chris Hand is here.
What's up?
Hello. I'm here.
Hi.
Jeff is here. And Jay Harper is here as well. Now, that's 5. Brought to you by My Patriot Supply and preparewithmandis.com. By the way, I liked Matt Murphy when you made up the name for young Jeff here, Jeff Mouthing Off.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
I don't know.
I thought that it would be good to call him Jeff Nodding Off because he was
for the morning show
here. For the morning show because it's it starts 5 o'clock. That's early.
So Mac gets Mac Attack, and I get Jeff Nodding Off or Mouthing Off.
Yep.
That's right.
That tracks.
Welcome to WTN.
I gotta really start reading the contract you guys gave me.
It wasn't a contract. It was just an agreement. I thought we decided yesterday no last names because it's too Russian.
That's true.
That's right. Yeah, and
Jeff's last name
I
is
got
way
a
too
text.
Russian. It's too Russian.
Too Russian.
And I got a text from someone going, "Oh, so you're a Russian agent now? I knew it." And I went, "Oh no."
So you guys deemed the Jeff too Russian? His last
way
name
too Russian. Way too Russian.
It'd be better if it was Jeff Smirnoff.
Yeah, that's like the kids making vodka back there.
I love it. That's actually very funny. All right, very good. Again, Jeff, welcome to WTN. And by the way, just so you know, when Chris said not contracts, it's just an agreement. Agreement also has to be in air quotes. Because that's how we roll.
Yeah.
Anyway, so...
we agreed that your key card will work until such time that we turn it off.
Yep.
It's kind of funny because little behind-the-scenes hilarity. I am looking at my phone, of course doing research is what I was doing. I look up, and there is Johnny B., Matt Murphy, and Chris Hand. Their cameras are pointed right at me. And I'm like, what the heck are they doing? And you're sitting there, just, I guess, taking a photo of me while I'm looking at my phone.
Through the window.
I'm not entirely certain. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm usually the one that creeps other people out. I found that a little creepy.
You in your natural state.
It was Dan in the wild.
Yeah. Mandis in repose.
There you go. That's exactly right. Did you actually take a photo?
I'm posting it right now on my X machine.
You are?
At Matt Murphy
Should you
Show.
maybe ask permission from the guy whose photo was taken? I better look good.
Define good.
Well, you know what?
You look great.
With me,
you
it's a
look
little
fat.
difficult.
I mean, you look good. You look tough.
Do I look?
You look ready for a fight. I'm not kidding. You look ready for a fight.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. How odd is it, by the way, that I look ready for a fight, but if you watch the WTN TV, Chris is all preppy dressed today.
My wife says every time you wear this shirt, Dan makes fun of you.
I do. You don't.
She said, I like that shirt. Every time you wear it, Dan makes fun of you. I said, that's fair.
It's like the 80s called. They want their shirts back.
This is a nice shirt.
That it is. It is a nice shirt.
Okay, you're going to make fun of my shirt and you see the shirt Murphy's wearing?
I got nothing.
Yeah, but see, Murphy, that is like Matt's personality.
Thank you very much.
That's
shirt
just
action. Wagons and horses, cowboys.
You've got a big remote coming up today.
I do.
Which is why you're
at
here.
Tim's Ford Lake.
Yes.
It's going to be big. It's going to be huge. And I don't know how long it's going to take me to get there. Have you gone?
Oh, yeah. I love that place.
What is this Tim's Ford Lake?
It's we're down at a marina at Tim's Ford Lake. More coming up when I have the copy points in front of me. But
that's so funny.
the excitement will just build until 12 o'clock. It all will be revealed.
Details to come.
Details to come. Details on the way.
I think you're going to. I don't know.
Hold on. I can tell you.
I think you're going to Twin Creeks, but I don't. Or Tennessee National. I don't know.
I believe
but
that's.
Let me tell you
those
something.
two things sound familiar.
Yeah, we're because I've done that before, and it's a great time, and it's beautiful out there.
I'm going to try to get on a boat while doing the radio show. That's my goal today.
Really?
It's going to be a little odd given the news cycle of the last 12 to 24 hours.
I was going to say
that I'm in such a serene location in a beautiful, serenic setting with the lake in the background and the water in the background, and you can hear the kids having fun off in the distance, and I'm thinking, oh, the country's going to hell in a handbasket, and look, how beautiful.
You're going to be scary. Why is that man at the table yelling over there, Mom?
That's exactly right.
He's not talking to anybody. He just has headphones on and he's screaming.
Just screaming. His face is all red.
Mama, who's Alvin Bragg?
It's okay. Just look the other way. Let's see. You brought something for this, Chris.
Yes, the media has dove headfirst into the convicted felon talking points, and we know this is all what this has been about, to label Trump a convicted felon.
Donald Trump is a convicted felon.
A convicted felon. Convicted felon. A convicted felon. A convicted felon.
Convicted felon. Convicted felon.
A convicted felon. A convicted felon.
Convicted as a felon.
Convicted felon.
He is now a convicted felon. Convicted felon.
A convicted felon.
Convicted felon. A convicted felon. Convicted felon.
A convicted felon.
Convicted felon.
Is that a picture that they're going to be proud to show their grandkids someday? That they're standing behind a convicted felon?
So apparently they want to brand Donald Trump as a convicted felon.
That's what they want. And for the record, I'm going to be so proud to say I stood behind a convicted felon to my grandkids one day. I'm all in.
You know, it is interesting because when they're so proud of this moment, and I don't believe that the Democrats or the media, you can hear sort of the gleam in their eye. You know what I mean? They're excited about this.
Yep.
And the problem is that, and I don't know, Murphy Show, if you have anything on this, I'm sure you do. Do you think this is going to backfire on the Democrats and Joe Biden?
I don't think any of this will matter nearly as much as we think that it will today when all is said and done. I think November 5th will be about people's wallets and how their lives have changed for the worse over the last 3.5 years under Joe Biden. I do think that there'll be some clapback over the next several weeks. But sadly, I think their goal is to get after the 5% or 10% of the American people that don't pay any attention to any of this until 3 weeks before an election.
I think that it's already backfiring. I mean, you see the donation website crashing. You see the spike on Google search on how to donate to Trump. No spike on how to donate to Biden. You've had Turning Point Action is out there getting $1 million donations, and that's going to be used to staff ground support in key swing states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona. It's going to directly result in boots on the ground to go out and get the vote in November. It's already backfiring.
Right, and what the Democrats will counter with, and I'm not saying I support it or defend it, but what they will do in September and October, they will run the ads saying you cannot vote for a convicted felon. And those are what the ads are going to say. They're going to say you cannot vote for a convicted felon. And you and I and Dan will sit here and go, no, that's not true. And we'll go through all of the reasons why it's not true. And they don't care because they're looking for stupid people to believe them.
Well, see, and that's what I was talking about earlier, which is, and I talk about this all the time, the three of us, we are in a hyper-political sort of bubble. I mean, we are, and I will fully admit that. I don't know what it's like to be able to sit around and just kind of passively consume the news. I don't know what those people that you're talking about, Matt, I don't know what they're thinking. Because unfortunately, the only person I know that's like that is my daughter. And she's like, Dad, what in the world is going on? And I have to explain the whole thing to her. And when I, of course, give my very conservative bent on it, I explain it to her, and she's like, wow, that's effed up.
But to those people, this one doesn't mean any more than the E. Jean Carroll one. This one doesn't mean any more than the Letitia James.
I think it does.
You think so?
We just played the clip as to why it does. They get to say convicted felon. That for those people that aren't paying attention, they're going to not insinuate. They're going to tell them, you cannot vote for a convicted felon for president of the United States. And that rings true to stupid people. And by stupid people, I mean people who are intentionally not absorbing the news and intentionally not informed as to what's going on. I had somebody, and these aren't bad people. I had someone call me yesterday afternoon and ask me, and they were being dead serious, to your point, Dan, like, hey, what is going on? And I'm like, what do you mean what's going on?
Are you serious?
Yes. Dan, most of the country doesn't know what's going on. When you start from the beginning, and this is what's frightening to me, when you start from the beginning and you try to explain it to them, it's difficult to explain it to them. It's like, well, Donald Trump, what was he convicted of? That was the question. Yeah. What was he convicted of? Well, it's 34 counts of falsifying record keeping. And then you start going down the rabbit hole, and I can hear the person on the other end of the phone giving up.
Yeah.
Right? It's like I can hear them fading off. Like, okay, I'm sorry I asked this question to begin with. And that's what the Democrats depend on. They depend on that ignorant voter that hears convicted felon and just runs off and votes for the other guy. And I mean, it's sad to say, but true, I think.
I guess my question is, somebody called up this radio station to ask what's going on.
No, called my cell phone. This was a personal friend of mine.
Oh, this was a friend of yours?
Yes. And said, hey, what is, I'm just trying to get up to speed here. And I'm sitting on the phone going, and why am I your friend? If you're not.
Well, that's exactly right. And that's why when you get phone calls from friends or, you get phone calls from family members, you're right. You start going down that rabbit hole and, we know this like the back of our hand, and we go with the assumption that people that listen to us are keeping up day in and day out, because it is a rabbit hole, and you start from the beginning and then you give all of the other context around it. It's like, I feel like the guy in my robes screaming, on my front lawn.
Well, and I think that's part of the design behind the Democrats' play here, is that if they get the guilty verdict, they are attempting to beat us down as well, because they understand that and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, the United States of America depends on us in that we explain these things over and over again to the point that the American people absorb it and hear it. And we have to say it 1,000 times in order for them to hear it once oftentimes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But they want to beat us down. And I was I got a little low last night, but I was very frustrated. And it was from the idea that out of 12 people, even in New York City, you didn't have one fighter. You didn't have, because the verdict coming in yesterday, the way that it did, indicates to me that you didn't have a fighter in that room.
But I think that's what the left wants. They want you demoralized.
That's right.
Want you depressed. Right. They want you at that low vibration so that way you're easier to control.
Yep.
And I refuse to buy into that narrative. I'm feeling better than I felt in a while about our chances in November, regardless of this outcome. And I'm not going to let any dark, doomy talking points, say otherwise.
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I really am. I think that I think that Mershon did us or Trump supporters a favor because of the way that he executed this trial. And so I think that he handed everybody talking points. And so, for me, I understand why the left is declaring victory, but I also understand that for the right, we have a lot of things to say about this, and a lot of them point to how unfair this two-tier justice system is.
But the funniest thing is it's hush money. Thomas Massey tweeted out this morning at 4:30 a.m. An old CNN article from 2017 where congressmen paid $17 million of taxpayer money for undisclosed hush payments to cover up sexual harassment claims. Like, it is a two-tier system. It's a big club.
Well, was it Jennifer Flowers or Paula Jones that held up the check, right? This was years and years ago with Bill Clinton. Like, literally held up the check that they were paid $850,000 in order not to go public with their story. And that's exactly the accusation being made here. But, once again, I don't think it's us. I don't think it's our listeners. Our listeners are the smartest people on planet Earth.
Yep.
It's those that don't pay attention, and I don't blame them. People have busy lives, etc. I just want them to get the truth, and we need to be available to them to get them the truth when the time comes.
Matt, the uninformed voter that you're referring to, do you determine that there's a particular age group perhaps that's more prone to be that way?
Yeah, I mean, the younger generation doesn't pay nearly as much attention. Although I don't know,
I would say millennials.
I would push back on that though, because the younger generation isn't getting their news from mainstream media. The younger generation is breaking through that ecosystem and getting it on social media, and they're finding their thought leaders and they're listening to people that they trust, and they don't trust the mainstream news.
I don't know. It's such an a la carte selection on social media, though. I don't know that I could give an assessment as to what I think a millennial's X machine is a lot different than Matt Murphy's X machine, different than Dan Mandis's, different. You know what I mean? So I don't know what they're getting. I'm hoping they get the truth. I mean that's what we have on our side, though,
but
right?
I'm technically in the millennial group.
You're different, though, Hand. I mean, look at you.
But I go to a lot. I don't know, man. I go to a lot of.
Is that a compliment or an insult?
Well, yes, it's a compliment.
Look at you.
Look at you.
With your faded plaid shirt.
Most of the conservative events I go to are youth focused. These kids are smart. These kids are smart.
Yeah, but is that emblematic of all younger adults and teenagers?
I think that probably not, but I think that we can say that all younger adults and teenagers have shied away from mainstream media.
The best thing we got going.
True.
I think the best thing we've got going for us. I mean, obviously we got Donald Trump going for us, and this does rally. I think this rallies people that recognize what has been going on. But the best thing we got going for us at this point is Joe Biden. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I hate to put it that way, but it really is.
You're right, and you were the one that said a long time ago. You said that you didn't want the Republicans to impeach Joe Biden because he's a train wreck.
No, we need him.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could happen to the American people right now is the Democrats realize they have to replace Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Did you guys see the billboard?
I have not seen the billboard yet. Have you seen it?
The billboard.
Did they do the one with the hair? I saw a billboard. No.
Did they do the one with the hair?
No, I put the kibosh on that.
That's unfortunate.
I was driving in 40 westbound right before 24. There is a big billboard there, and there's me with my shiny head and all my glory. And there is...
Is that why there's been an uptick in accidents?
Absolutely. People are blinded by the light.
Because of that.
I almost actually pulled that blinded by the light, but I thought nobody would get that.
I think you're the only one that notices it, Dan. I think you look great.
Well, in any event, the billboard is up, 40 westbound. I think they know how I come into work. And so in kind of a kiss-assery moment, they put it up right knowing that I take 40 westbound into work.
Man, it almost sounds like Matt's got a man crush.
I mean, a Mandis crush. I'm writing that down. Wow. I like that. I like that phraseology.
Mandis crush. That's
I like
good.
that phraseology.
What's that?
Kiss-assery.
You like that? Kiss-assery?
That's good.
Okay.
I'm going to write that down. I need to learn how to do that better.
All right, we're all ready for tomorrow. Going to be a lot of fun, 10 to 2.
Yes, rain or shine. And there's plenty of available areas in of doors. So
exactly. All right, very good. What do both of you have coming up?
Well, starting off the show, I have some major news that will affect the Chris Hand show that has nothing to do with Donald Trump.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Very good. And you're going to be out.
I'm out. Twin Creeks.
Yep.
Down in the, if you're down in the, Lynchburg area, Winchester area, I don't really know. I mean, Tim's Ford Lake. Come see me.
Ford Lake.
Come see me.
Look for the guy in the shirt with the cow skull and the horseshoes yelling about Donald Trump.
Double-fisted margaritas.
Trump!
8:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And appreciate you listening. Thank the Lord it is Friday. I will see you Monday. Listen, if the last several weeks have taught us anything, it is that Mother Nature can strike anytime, anywhere. So if you can hear my voice right now, you are in the path of tornadoes and power outages, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at Cove Generators. Now, they are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. And right now, they've got a great deal going on just for listeners to my show. You're going to get a free upgraded 10-year warranty and $500 off when you mention my name, Dan Mandis. So they also, by the way, offer you financing so that you can be ready for the next power outage. This is the company that I trust. Call them, 931-559-3311. Don't forget that great deal, a free, upgraded 10-year warranty and $500 off when you mention my name. That is a deal you're not going to find anywhere else but at Cove Generators. 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com.